2025 team capsule.
And it's calling, and it keeps on calling. So it's calling. You know when the calling's calling more.
It doesn't just sit in your hand, it becomes a part of you. When you wield this GE Classic, you wield the undying spirit of Global Esports.
You know when the calling's calling. And it keeps on calling. It's calling more. And it feels like I'm falling. You know when the calling's calling more. And it feels like I'm falling.
The GE VCT 2025 Team Capsule. Available in-game in the Esports tab.
Pacific! Denied no more! Deferred no longer! They power up! The more they go, unstoppable, unflappable, unbelievable!
By the way, Gary, do you know who we are scrimming against today?
Yeah. I know. Obviously, I know.
You know?
I know everything what's going on in VCT.
Oh.
I don't know. I do the doctor straight. Start floating.
Anyway, I wish मैं आप लोग को बता सकता था किसके साथ आज स्क्रिम हो रहा है. It's an exciting match for us before our actual match. Okay, we've reached the location and this is the match. Oh! How are you feeling, Juvi?
Feeling good, man. Excited to get this thing started.
What's
Waiting for you, bro. The guy's waiting for you.
Who?
How you doing, man? Nice to meet you.
Yes.
How you doing?
Yes.
You excited?
Yes.
Cool.
G fighting.
G winning.
Yes.
G winning. Say hi to the vlogs, hi to the G fans.
G fan.
This is the biggest Korean G fan right here.
G fan.
Can we get that kid a jersey?
We won't have the size, but we can try.
He'll take any size. I'll pay for it.
I mean, it's not the paying thing. We didn't get one extra. I can. Okay.
Figure something out.
Okay.
We did that at the Champs elevator. We all jumped at once, the whole left team.
So we jumped on 3? Yeah. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. You can feel it shake.
Okay.
Who are you kissing, bro? Why are you done, Derek?
I'm getting shy, bro.
너무 표정이 안 좋은 거 같아. Derek, why are you blushing?
Hey, he's come to give you a challenge. We're doing good.
Am I ready for the challenge? Ready to win?
Okay, excited. Team ready room. Password G winning. So you've decided all the picks, right?
Yeah. I'm doing the toss today. Team Global Esports was Sim Secret. Global Esports takes the toss first. We won. Peace.
Hello. Hello again.
For Global Esports, either fracture or pearl. So banter.
What are you doing, man?
Okay. You ever used one of these before, Gary? Nope. Here, give it to me. Nope. That's not gonna work. No.
Leave it to the professional.
I'm gonna be this in the stage. I'm a knee.
Good luck. Good luck. No good luck. Entering the arena. It's game day, baby. Told you.
Yes.
G.
Fighting.
No more fighting.
Yes.
G winning.
She winning.
This guy's a little GE fan, bro.
Yeah.
So we're getting him a jersey.
And Jose's made the sacrifice.
Jose made the sacrifice because you guys don't want to see me with my shirt off. Bring some extras next time. We got so many fans this season.
Okay,
I'm telling you, you're gonna
done,
want people just want
done.
to, even if you have some to sell, bring some to sell.
Done. Let's do that.
I'm actually happy to make the opportunity that I can give my one to someone.
That's true.
You know what I mean?
He's a fan of Jose now, bro.
Nah,
He's about to be a Jose fan.
And I don't know अगर आप लोग को पता है, but GE Fighting हमारा जो store है is live now. तो आप अपनी customized jersey, ये वाली या T-shirt वहाँ से ले सकते हो. Maybe next time I see you in GE jersey.
They don't sell it.
We do.
They just started.
We started.
Unfortunately, I come to support talent.
No problem. No problem.
Come to support talent now. The truth comes out, bro. That's all right. We'll make you a fan after we beat them. Right?
Okay.
Okay.
I hope so too.
25th is versus talent, and 26th is my birthday. So what do you mean? What do you win? I want you to win talent for me. Okay?
Yeah, we win, and after that, you treat us in some gifts.
Yeah. I'll treat you, bro. Whatever you want. I'll treat you the best some gifts. What you buying, bro?
SpongeBob shirt.
My SpongeBob shirt.
You look like you, Gary. So I'm gonna buy.
What the hell? It has 3 eyes. How does it look like me? I just run away from a camera. You know what? I'll chase you. You think I chop staging you? Bro, how rich is that guy, bro?
Today he just told me at the start that he said he wants to learn how to save money, and I he's like buying everything that he sees. So I have a new outfit.
You know that is not going to fit him, right?
It's gonna be like his underwear if he wears it. That is new combo, bro.
Looks nice though. Get it. What happened? Why are you paying for him?
Making excuses.
Why are you paying for him?
He said he left his wallet.
He wantedly left at home. Get
Sugar puppy.
Look at this paying, bro. Which shoes did you get? Yeah. Just because you won against Team Secret, you bought one through.
Yeah.
That's how it works. Treat yourself after a win.
Yeah.
Bro, I'm thinking we buy this and give to Udoton. We give to Udoton.
That's for my thumb.
What are your shoes, bro?
My shit.
So last time you were the MVP. So in this shop, 100k won. Whatever you want, I will get. Papi bought some pillow for him. Apparently he didn't like the other pillow. So from Muji, costly. I want to show you something. look at me ignoring it. Turn right. Turn right. Not so much.
Not for me.
Not for you.
Papi owns the whole shop actually.
Yeah, Papi is like, Papi owner. When Papi go that place, Sanjani, welcome back. Papi carrying in game, carrying outside game as well. Huh? Precise cuts. Oh my God, so good.
Did you enjoy the day with Gary today?
No, fuck Gary, bro.
Really? I
Hate
thought.
Gary. Everyone hates Gary here.
What is this Zen pose, by the way?
He got scared. He got scared.
Today we are going shopping to E-Mart.
To my store.
Today we've come to give you a lot of money.
Oh, you got to give me money? Nikal.
ये ले.
Nikal tera paisa. Look at my melons. You like my melons?
Doesn't sound right, bro. Player लोग ने बोला they need a lot of supplies before and during and after the game. So हमने सोचा you can come to E-Mart and get those wholesale discounts.
At this point, you're just outright lying to your audience, bro. Who said E-Mart is cheaper than outside?
Because Jose told.
No.
Jose told me.
Don't blame anyone else. You blame yourself. Bro, when they start selling Dunkin' Donuts in a store, bro.
But this is not part of the list, Gary.
We are the rule breakers.
Investing in an esports team is not a good investment. Our burn is roughly about 150k USD a month. Bad idea. बहुत पैसे जला दोगे कुछ नहीं मिलने वाला.
I'm very serious.
Very serious shopping is happening.
Here. I'm telling you.
Talk to the hand.
I'm saying talk to the hand. Wi-Fi there. Talk to the hand. That's what we're going to do.
Movie night. Healthy option cereal, bro.
इधर ऐसा allowed नहीं है.
अरे healthy भाई.
Who is eating wasabi?
Give this to Poppy and Kelly especially.
No. Don't get the puppy. Are you mad?
Why?
He's going to be in the toilet for like 1-2 hours.
Wet tissue. We have enough?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you want wet tissue, just take a tissue paper and... What is your problem? Why you want to spend more money? What do you want?
What is this? Dude, he's taking some other shit, bro.
What do you want?
Dude, Jose. See what he's taking, Jose. Oh, damn, that's a lot. लगता है थोड़ी सी ज़्यादा शॉपिंग हो गई. Little bit. भाई चलो हो गया खत्म. Shop closing. Okay. अरे समोसा नहीं है, वो कोरियन समोसा है.
Sorry.
I heard you guys tweeted something about the slap bet thing. I have 25 screenshots.
I need to spank his ass 25 times.
You should send more bundle, bro. Who placed the least number of ranks?
Why do you want to gel him to the bed or something else?
Yeah, I'm gonna use that on puppy tonight, man.
Where you went?
Went to get some goodies.
Something for me?
Yeah, you can have some pokey if you want.
Oh wow. प्लेयर हो तो ऐसा मेरे लिए गिफ्ट लेकर आया. आज तक कोई भी प्लेयर मेरे लिए कभी गिफ्ट नहीं लाया.
You stole it from a kid, bro. What the hell?
Who's fighting here? Who's fighting?
You're giving love. Change all the skin. Gone. Look at this.
You like it? You like the position?
Look. I'm headshotting the box with my classic.
Oh shit, look at that.
You know why? That's because I have the GE classic, bro. I wouldn't be able to do this with any other classic.
Yeah, because when he was in Blade, he couldn't do it.
Cut that shit out.
Show me go VLR, tracker.gg. How many ranks you played this week? I want to know. In 1 week, you played 15 games.
You know.
No, you play more. Play the game. Sit down. Sit. I'll give punishment, I'll make you do vlogs and I'll make you do content. You play the game or content?
We got 25 screenshots of the guys who bought the GE bundle.
Okay.
And you know what that means?
Yeah.
You can do it tomorrow. I don't want to take any chances.
Who the fuck do you think I am?
$23, $24, $25. Man of my word, or man of his word. man of his word.
Make me do more.
So I can collect more screenshots till next week?
Let's go.
Here, I'll do now.
I mean, it's push up. Okay, what is this happening? Are you preparing for the next game?
I'm just analyzing the brackets, just understanding my opponent's more,
What are you going to What? He's going VLR checking the comments.
We'll win. That's what I can say.
Okay, are we going to see Teho?
No comments.
Yes. Cannot disclose anything.
So the guys are not revealing anything for the talent preparation.
Good. I trained them well.
Some mention of Teho was there.
Who?
Teho?
I don't know who that is. KO? Yeah, we might play some KO.
Boys are feeling good. We're feeling confident. We're definitely hitting our peak right now.
Good luck, coach. I'll see you.
By the gym.
I want one of you to think about one car. You want to think about the car?
Anything.
And nobody knows because we never talk about that. For the first time, say the car. King. King of what?
Thanks.
Choose someone, touch someone. Crystal, name a number up to 37.
6.
You sure or you want to change?
Sure.
Deal one at a time face up.
Yeah.
15 card face up. 1, 2, 3, 11, 12, 13, 14. Stop here. You said King of Heart. You said number 16. That's a 16 card.
Fight to Win interview episode 1. So Kelly, how are you feeling today?
Crystal comes in to support as well. He spots out the barrel, Yudotan, and wants to go
No!
We stick to our game plan. We're doing stuff that we normally don't do in scrims.
A 2v1, and it's going to be a double swing, but Akame 1-by-1!
We literally just gave him the freest, easy fucking 2 headshots because we are doing the jiggle.
I feel okay today, but it's a mix of emotions because of what happened both our matches. It's our first time together on the stage, so we're trying to get used to it.
One round at a time. If you get nervous, just remember to breathe. Breathing is the key to not being nervous.
일단 첫 번째 공식 대회고 긴장되긴 하지만 최대한 긴장하지 않고 열심히 해보겠습니다.
Now he's in the zone. Honestly, it's just mental at that point. It's like, do you get nervous? Do you remember all the things that we've covered? Because we've been packing our brains for months at this point, and all they have to do is just kind of like get out of their own way and just perform.
Super confident, man. We've been working for the last 4 months, 3 months at this point. I feel like our map pool is pretty good. I feel pretty confident with the map picks that we got. And yeah, expect it to. Let's go, boys. Good luck, boys. Let's do this.
최대한 열심히 해서 긴장하지 않고 좋은 성적 내보도록 하겠습니다.
We've got an absolute banger for this first match today.
Team Secret going up against GE's new roster. You have a team with 5 talents making their debut on the Pacific stage.
But on the back lines, from heaven, Udotan and Darren, they will be pushed out. Darren does not know what's behind him. The spike defuse continues to go through. He flicks upwards, get the second kill, look for Darren.
It's okay. It was blue. It's okay. Unlucky.
So the very first round we ever played on VZT as a team, we threw away a 3 versus 1 advantage. I think that was a huge hit to the confidence, and it kind of snowballed the first map.
Let's go, boys. You guys are fucking insane. Don't be afraid of these guys. 13-3. Team Secret takes the clean win against Global Esports.
In all seriousness, no, guys, look. The 13-3 is fucking irrelevant. Nobody's gonna remember 13-3. We win the next 2 maps. The first map don't matter, right? We have split. Let's just start strong on split. Start strong. Play how we know how to play. If they start trying to go fast, pick up shotguns.
We literally had first blood on like the first 4 or 5 rounds. We were out shooting them. Mechanically, we are better than these guys. 100%. 100%.
Get it out your head, bro. Get out your own head. Yeah. You're good, bro.
Derek was a really good cultural fit for our team. He brought really good attitude, really good work ethic, and flexibility, and just willingness to kind of do whatever it takes for the team.
Going with the flow, I'm not getting tilted. We know that we can win, even though we lost first map. We know we can bounce back.
It's all down to Poppy, and it's a 1-on-2. 20 seconds left to go, and he manages to get the first kill.
Poppy!
So obviously Poppy's clutch. He's always clutch for us. So we knew it was coming. It's just win.
Oh no, they're grabbing it as well. Udotan swings. That's another judge kill. Udotan pops the showstopper just to hold the space out around the back of ropes as well. Udotan, the homing missile.
I was really happy with how the guys bounced back against Secret in map 2 and 3. I think we showed that we're clearly the better team skill-wise and, just as a team overall.
They continue to push on, but Darren holds his ground.
I'm
Poppy led the Guardian shot. Instinctively looks towards Art at the very least.
Let's fucking go, Poppy!
I know we're gonna win this match because I'm very confident of what we prepared for, because we've been working very hard since 4 months, I think, and yeah, we showed it here.
The biggest thing from the Secret match was just realizing that, yeah, we belong here on stage. Tier 1 and Tier 2 are kind of just labels. We're very grateful and thankful, especially to those who came to the watch party, keep us pushing to the limit.
There's no more GE fighting, boys. It's GE winning. I told you.
I'm down to do this pistol, but can we do...
I think we don't do this pistol. I want to do
the old one?
Yeah.
We spent all of last week fixing our major problems from the first match. Super confident in the team's preparation. Like usual, I'm not going to show up to a match, I think, at any point this entire year not feeling like we've done all the work that we can, because why would I be here if I wasn't going to put in 100% effort?
And I think shotgun will destroy this comp, because they're going to be rushing a lot.
Yeah.
That's what he did when we played against the Tejo Breach comp last time. He was just shotgunning.
Stuns don't matter when you have a shotgun.
Yeah, that's what I mean. The stunts don't matter when you have a shotgun. The only success is winning. The outcome is what matters. For me, if we don't win, it's a letdown, 100%.
To get by, he finds one. Can he follow up with 2? The raise 1v1. Governor peeks out and he gets taken down.
I was super proud of our first map. We came out, we really dominated. Even though they kind of built a comp to try and beat us and crush them.
Everyone was doing the job, everyone was hitting their shots.
You did that!
You know, we were excited, happy to play. I mean, we won 13-6 on split.
13-6, Global Esports ends the first match.
Listen, guys, the narrative for them right now is they're going to be like, yeah, that was their best map. Okay, we got kind of owned. It's fine. Now we're going to a map that they got 13-3 by Secret, and Secret are bad. So we're going to crush them on Abyss. That's what they're thinking. And we're going to come in with a different comp. They're going to be surprised. They're going to have no idea what's going on. So you guys were comping so well, and you were hitting your shots. Keep it up.
Can I go? Okay, no.
He's alone, he's alone, literally alone.
Hey, they push, they push. I spoke it.
We lost some people fighting in A main when we shouldn't have been fighting A main regardless. And so that just snowballed their attack side and was able to give them easy rounds on attack.
We were a little sloppy. We gave them too many opportunities to win the rounds that we should have won.
GE, they still need to get the feeling over the defuse. Talon will tie things up in the first half.
Almost like the inexperienced mistakes where there's stuff that you should cleanly win and then you just don't because, I don't know, nerves or playing not to lose instead of playing to win.
One die.
Time, Crystal.
No!
You know, we had the bomb down. Crystal could have played time. He tried to swing, which, you know, I'm not going to fault him for that. I want him to play confident, but there's certain situations where we just need to know the scenario and play the scenario correctly.
All right, then, boys. Don't worry about it. We knew this was going to be tough regardless. The big thing on that map in Euromed, just stick to our game plan. Lotus is our second favorite map, bro, so we got they're never going to have played against our comp, so. Big thing is find A on pistol. You guys know the script, right? Okay. Let's go, boys.
Let's go.
Yeah, that's my strat. I cooked that one. It was a read on the meta that we were seeing in APAC where teams were constantly playing super aggressive, and so we built a comp to punish that.
On scrims, it's like we're having 90% win rate and we know how to counter every comp. Like Talon game, it's just very unfortunate because team is having a hard time to adjust.
Talon picks up the pistol. Didn't really have an exit there, but Privy refills the area. Triple kill.
We lost a lot of pistol rounds today. We lost the bonus twice on Lotus. When you go down 6-0 on a single map, it's pretty hard to win.
Poppy gets taken down. Talon pick up yet another pistol round here on Lotus.
The Talon team is just having a good adjustment how to play against Three Sentinel, so yeah.
Just to push them back, it's a good hit. Ban gets one kill. Darian for the trade, but it's an absolute mess.
Last map, Poppy was having probably the roughest map that I've seen him play. And then all of a sudden, in like the last few rounds when it really, really mattered, he started to hit a bunch of shots.
Poppy left alone, 1v2.
I think the one thing that I learned is just to keep on going, even when the going gets tough, yeah.
Ready for the spray, Poppy gets it! Poppy, the clutch master once again!
He was making me and Jude believe like, oh, okay, we're gonna come back and win this.
Governor still makes it happen. Talon closes out the map.
GG. Hey, for real. I know losing sucks, guys, but we're not out of the tournament team, so stay focused, all right?
Yeah, we play again in 2 days, boys. Short
Yeah,
memory.
yeah.
Short
Thank
memory.
You gotta make a lower bracket run, all right?
Like I said, we're never out of it. That winning is always possible, no matter the round differential. Obviously, we didn't complete the comeback, so we gave ourselves a chance on both maps. If one or two things go a different way, you know, we do actually do the comeback, and so yeah, I think that's the biggest thing.
I think we lost this map not because of competition, because we stopped playing like not good. It's more about our team play, how we playing this map, not about competition.
We trust the coaches, so we want you also to trust us players that we can play these agents and make it work.
Prac tomorrow and then play against DFM, so there's really no time. We just go play again.
Any specific strategy for DFM?
No.
Okay. Knowing it's elimination match, how do you feel?
Win or die.
This is a team with a wide range, and in order to beat DFM today, I think they need to be up near the top of their game.
You get taken out that quickly in the pistol round on the side of GE. I wonder how much more confidently you're able to push out mid.
He lost a lot of pistols, which are kind of 50-50, but sometimes we lose a bunch.
Inside ready, okay? I smoked it. It's smoke, right side. NT.
People might not believe this, but Abyss was maybe our best map, if one of our best maps, with our original 5, and then losing our only Yoru player made us change completely how we were playing the map.
All right, boys. Shake it off, all right? Let's get a little momentum going here. Let's win this pistol. Give ourselves a little momentum.
Gets the wall bang through around the edge. Picks up the pistol round for GE.
We didn't give up. We weren't down on ourselves. We were really close to making a comeback.
Udotan, he gets 1, and he's good for 2. GE will be able to pick up onto everything. It's a flawless round for them. Crystal still getting the kills from long range with the Hunter's Fury, just making sure they cannot enter the site. But now the blood has begun, and May starts to push out Darian. Good for the angle. Crystal, good on the trade, and May has to push 1v1, and he gets it!
Good comeback. Really good comeback, though. You guys did really fucking well, for real. We have Split coming up next. We know Split. We know comfortable on Split. We do what we normally do, and I think it's gonna be fine, right?
No boys, let's get the fucking energy up. Let's listen to each other. I feel like we're not listening to each other. We're not listening to the coaches. We're not listening to each other. So let's fucking speak.
These guys are not good. They were 4-manning one side, and we're still winning the fights, all right? We are better aim than them. We are better players than them. If we play together and stop making hero plays, I swear to God, we will win.
Trust your teammates, guys.
Our coach tried to motivate us, tried to find good word, and try to come back us on second and shut up.
Listen, sir, and you're doing something you love right now. Let's have fun, enjoy yourself. Let's get a little energy going, for real.
Let's go, man.
Let's be happy about today.
Go side. One here. Stuck.
After Abyss, I think I already lost my mind on versus DFM, but it's bad for me because I cannot shoot on second map, so yeah.
Managed to trap. Oh, Gilias with the wide swing, a little bit too much. Allows for Akami to get the shot in now. Down to just Darian. Not quite able to land.
We really lost against ourselves because we play a lot of individuals, not really teamwork-wise.
And 10.
Remember, just when it get down to these 2v2s, 3v3 situations, play together, swing together, alright?
Stacked up over by B, but that's 2 kills, and that's the round in favor of DFM.
약간 서로 다른 지역에서 온 친구들이다 보니까 아무래도 게임을 하는데 약간 서로 간의 신뢰가 약간씩 잘 안 보인다.
I drop. That's what. Nice try.
Swing together. Why are we walking? Just fucking wide swing. One Charon swing, one slow swing, bro.
Go. I'm blind.
Straight out, May catches their attention in true DFM fashion.
Like 2v1, just fucking bites with this motherfucker, bro. Trade. We started the global shift, bro. We were shift walking and we knows where we're at. And there's 1,000 scenarios of that. That's, you know what I mean? That happened all fucking game. Not fucking happy. Look at failure. I like losing, so I'm not happy. Yeah, I don't know what to say, bro. Okay, I think that's okay. Thank you.
When you try your best, but you don't succeed. When you get what you want, but not what you need.
A lot of the players did say, you know, oh, this was my fault. But the reality is that it was really a team loss. We lost as a team, and that's something that we have to improve on together.
We had a lot of opportunities to win this. We probably should have won this. We didn't. We didn't play quite up to our standards at really crucial moments that we normally do. Sometimes you don't play 100%. Sometimes you only can play 80. It's impossible to always play 100%. And that's just part of the game. Every single time we were down, we made a nice little comeback. Every single time we were down, so that's in you guys. We can come back in any game. It didn't happen today, but that's just how it goes. All right, get it.
Go. Come on. Still GE winning, boys. Go ahead. What? GE winning.
Don't lose hope and be nice to the players. If you want to send me messages, feel free. Every single person on this team is capable of carrying a game at a tier 1 level. and whether they show up on that particular day or not, it's way too early to judge off of just like a single game, single performance, because we picked these guys for a reason, and I legitimately believe that we have maybe the most firepower in the entire region. And we're working super hard, and I believe that we're going to have a good season.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to what is going to be a very anticipated debut for some of these Academy players and teams as well. I am Universe, and with me I've got Crips, and we are here for the Global Esports Fight Night. We are going to be watching some Academy teams from across the Pacific, including our own Global Esports Academy, fight it out to see where they currently stand and how good these Academy players really are. Crips, before we start off, we've got some amazing players here, and we spoke about them before the stream right now. What do you feel about this, these three teams that we've got?
Honestly, I do feel a little nervous casting for GE Academy since this is going to be their debut game. Of course, RRQ Academy and DRX Academy, these are the two other opponents that we have, and they've had some experience playing in their respective regions' VCL leagues. But for GE Academy, this is going to be their debut game, and this comes just a few weeks ahead of the start of VCL South Asia. So now we get to see exactly how much preparation this team has done. It was only formed at the start of this year, so it's not like they've had too much time to practice, but they're up against DRX and RRQ Academy, who've been together, and they've played a couple of official matches together as well. So I hope our boys are ready to bring their best foot forward.
I mean, yeah, it is, a little bit of a dark zone that we don't know what exactly they're going to do, what's going to be happening. Are they good enough? Because, a couple of our players, we've seen them on different teams before, right? Now, of course, Kibo, Ryzen, all the players, they've played in the previous editions, but this as a squad is a lot more different from the teams that they've played on before. And now they are going to be facing off against, of course, like you mentioned, some of the best players in academies across the entire Pacific. We've got DRX going up against Global Esports first. Here's the full schedule for you guys. And of course, the more you win, the easier it is for you to just go down to the final. So it is going to be all down to how many you can do. It's a round robin, of course. And if you win 2, you're practically through. That's the name of the game.
That is the name of the game. And at the end of the day, the team that is not able to win 2 games back-to-back will just have to rely on a tiny bit of a round differential. And that is obviously not the kind of margins you want to go up with. So 2-0 is obviously the way to go for anyone who wants to qualify for the grand finale. The first 3 games are just going to be best of 1s. After that, the grand final will be a best of 3. So, there's not too much room for error. There's not a lot of room for making mistakes and trying to figure out what your opponents can go for, what they bring to the table. You will have to be able to figure that out very quickly and counter that with your own thing, which is kind of difficult for a team like GE Academy since, they're still trying to find their own group. They're still trying to find their optimal settings. They are a 6-man team. Figuring out who's going to be the playing 5 itself is a big enough question mark. And on top of that, this is going to be your first game. So a lot of adjustments to be made. But hey, that's exactly what Fight Night is for. We want to give these guys a chance to play against some of the best. And, we don't want this to be like just another scrim. That's why we've got a full broadcast. We're bringing on you guys so that even the players feel like, yes, this is a proper tournament that we are playing. They need that setting. They need that environment to be as conducive as possible for practice.
Yeah, absolutely. I still remember when you and I were a part of that whole process of getting these players down from close to about, 2,000 down to 6.
Yeah.
It was a long process across the month of December, but I think we found a really good set of 6 here. It's all about, like you said, right? This tournament is going to be for them to show how much deep in the water they are. And it's not going to be right up against our own VCLSA teams either. It's straight up against some of the players that could potentially be in the VCT Pacific, the upcoming season as well. Speaking of whom, if we are to consider DRX the first opponent, right? Now, this team, we know Koreans are absolutely correct. There's no two ways about it. Koreans have and will continue to be the crux of VCT Pacific for a time to come. Of course, that's why you see T1 right now in Masters Bangkok, and you've got, of course, DRX also there. So the two teams that are there, of course, Korean, and both of their academies, by the way, are also doing really well in their VCO regions. So DRX have Athen there, who is already a part of the main roster. He played in the off-season. He played in the Spotlight series with the main team. Although it was an off-season part, they wanted to test him out how he works. And then they've got Sacrifice, Young, Zinx, and Flicker, who have been in this team. 3 of them have been in this team for most of the time. The longest standing member being Flicker, who's been in DRX Academy since 2023 of September, which is a long time, So
yeah, that's like
got a lot
almost
of
2
experience.
years.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's
so
more than 2 years.
Absolutely. And if you talk about somebody who's got a little bit more experience, Sacrifice, he was in T1's academy just a couple of months ago, and now he's come up here to DRX's academy, and he's trying to make it work with these DRX boys, which, by the way, considering that their main team just won the VCT Pacific kickoff, the boost of energy and confidence must be pretty high as well.
Exactly, and I'm pretty sure that all of these academy teams also get to practice with their main rosters quite often. So if you're going to practice with the best, if you're going to practice with the team that won VCT Pacific kickoff, then you definitely are bound to have a lot of firepower under the hood. More than that, even the players of DRX, who at one point were in academy, are now in their main roster. I mean, we have players like Flashback, who started off with DRX Academy. Bane, he also managed to make it to the main one, and they're both amazing. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's jump into the game. Let's take a first look at the map veto. Then we'll figure out which teams, which map these guys are playing on. All right, since it's the best of fun, obviously both the teams just go for bans, and they're playing split at the end. If this was the regular Global Esports VCT roster, I would have said that's a nice thing because they're pretty strong on split. I'm not sure if GE Academy also holds the same level of firepower on this map.
Well, we're going to have to find out, right? Because GE Academy, of course, as far as I've seen them play a split, I'm completely in the dark as well. They've been practicing. I don't know what exactly their comp's going to be. But I do have a little bit of an idea about DRX Academy, right? They talk about it. They have tried their level best to maybe play around an interesting composition, which is Cypher and Vise. So you've seen, of course, Cypher Lock being played. You've seen Deadlock Vise being played. But a Cypher Vise is something that you don't see as often, at least in my opinion. And I feel like this is an interesting one because they kind of stick to the roots of what DRX do as a whole organization. That is, discipline, playing the basics extremely, profoundly, and you just make sure that you do the right thing 1,000 times right instead of doing one thing a different 1,000 ways, right? So that's what they are because they've got a comp of Raze, Cypher, Wise, Sky, and Omen. What do you think about that?
The Sky and Omen don't really bother me all that much. In fact, even though a lot of people don't use Sky anymore, they have moved on to other initiators. The whole Vice and Cypher setup, it kind of makes me worry about GE Academy because this will be a nightmare to retake against. And even with that, the amount of rotations you can cut out with just the Razor Vines being tossed from across the map, that is insane. I mean, the range on Razor Vines is amazing, and they cover a really big area. So even if GE Academy managed to beat them to the punch, if the Vice slows them down long enough, then DRX will definitely out-rotate GE Academy.
I believe so. While, of course, I agree with that point, I feel like the Cypher Wise has one particular, tendency to be taken out, especially on defense, considering I believe DRX are on attack right now. So, of course, flanking them is not going to be that easy of an option, and unless you want to go up. But, hey, we'll speak about this as we look at the agent select for Global Esports, right? And here it is. They're going to be playing the Cypher Lock. They're going to go on the other end of the same spectrum. They've got an Astra on the hands of Kibo, which is also an interesting pick for me. He usually is the breach main. He's the flashing initiator for the team. But him on the Astra is kind of throwing me off.
Hey, man, I mean, if there's been a role change in GE Academy, then I really hope the boys are ready for it. Yeah, I mean, even when I saw Keeper for the first time, that was back in 2023 when he was playing in VCL South Asia. He was debuting for a team called Godlike, and even though that team itself did not really do all that much, Kibo really impressed me with the way he played his flashing initiators like Breach and KO. And I thought he would be sticking to that role as well. But now that he's picked up Astra, and there's no flashers in the lineup, not in this particular composition, I'm kind of worried about how these guys are going to get through the choke points.
Hey, they're Global Esports, man. They're going the GE way. Even the main roster doesn't play with flashes on this map. Neither are we. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, we'll not hold you up any further. The first ever match of the first edition of Global Esports Academy going up against DRX Academy, coming on your screens right now. Let's get it. All right. Well, just to give you guys a little bit of a heads up, for those of you who don't know, Yuvi, of course, is an extremely talented player. I know a lot of people might not recognize his name, but he's a 16, 17-year-old who's absolutely crazy cracked with his aim, and I'm really excited to watch him.
Okay, very aggressive push from GE Academy right off the bat, and DRX responded in kind by taking control of B male. So yeah, sure, G managed to get a pick on A, but now the B side is in danger. Kibo manufactures a bit of space for himself by getting up that Nebula, but only to be taken down by Sacrifice. DRX have taken over the B side.
Oh, the wall's been triggered. He's gonna have to get away. A chunk of damage, down to 70, not too much. Envy's gonna be waiting for that wall to go down. As soon as it does, little boy, he's got one right across him in that smoke. Doesn't spot him. Athen takes him out with a cheeky little angle, and that's going to probably cause a lot of trouble because no more utility left. They're going to have to wait. If they wait for the hunt, it's going to be too late because the Spike's just ticking away. Good post-plant positions for DRX here as well. Young's going to take the first contact, and as soon as he does, Sacrifice is going to be ready to take it out. Great paranoia. Eliminates one out of the, at least, vision equation. Envy's going to watch his teammate die, and so will he lose his own life. DRX with a great B attack, honestly, because they lost the reaction time of getting into that B mail room as soon as they lost a player on A main. They kind of expected it perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, the moment they figured out that there's at least 3 players over on the H side, they wasted absolutely no time. They had initially smoked off the mail room, probably with the intention of taking control of vents first and playing it in the typical slow DRX fashion. But the moment they figured out that there's 3 GE players on A main, they were like, screw it, we're going to jump right into our smoke, we're going to highway into the B side and take control of this weaker area. Amazing reaction times. That's what happens when you have a very reactive, very fast IGL. And once again, it's a brawl towards the B side. Poor Fate gets locked out by the Vice Shear. Flicker looking to punish as soon as the ball goes down. So does Yubi. And there's more Razor Vines just to hold them back. But GE continue to push further.
Yeah, they've picked up the shotgun, and they know, of course, this is a round where they just have to fight and try to get as many weapons as possible. Flicker will get one more. Adds a double onto it as well. Noboy's the only one left, facing up against the Guardian. Throws down the case, tries to pick up the Bulldog, does get it in his hands. And he expects one on the Heaven, and that's going to be Sacrifice taking him down there. Round number 2 for DRX. Pretty easy and simple, but decent amount of damage from Global Esports. Drop 2 weapons.
Yeah, drop 2 weapons, and in the first 2 runs itself, they kind of wanted to be known that they are a proactive team. They're not going to sit there and default, they're not going to wait for you to move in. Perhaps they will now that they have the buy down, but at least we've seen that they are very proactive and they don't have much to lose. And I guess that's a good sign. Shows that the team has personality.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of is in line with what we've seen from Global Esports in that Pacific region. They love taking control of the extremities on split when they're, you know, a little bit down on weaponry, because they feel like as long as they have their pistols in their hand and they've got more than 3 members, they're able to actually take fights head on. And now, once again, towards mid being a point of contention. Not too much being given here. Oh, there's a spot. Kibo takes a little bit of damage, but it has to kind of back away. as Loboy is going to keep his eyes trained on A for no information yet. But the spike at the moment is currently there. A flash to clear out. DRX slowly moving in towards that A cavity, and they're going to just place the Cypher in a bit of an aggressive position to make sure that he can get some form of an opening. Needs to be careful here. And there's a spot, but a little mistimed. ADS will make him lose his life. Loboy takes the advantage for Global Esports.
A lot of util spent to just get that one kill. But I'm glad that they managed to get the man advantage, and now they fall back. Global Esports, they know what DRX were up to. Now the next step is going to be a B hit, and he was surprisingly ready for it. Yong goes in for a dry peek. He was probably hoping to get inside the contact play. Unfortunately, that will not work for him this time. And he's back in time to help out that mid push by Flicker. Spike, on the other hand, is dropped in the B side, so GE Academy have that quite in control. There's a firing squad waiting for them on the other end.
Yeah, really good, solid round here from Global Esports. Needed that to be as clean as possible. They did lose one, but that's no problem. Any more would have been a problem. Now they're going to try and maybe get another area of map under control. Where exactly is it going to be? There is a bit of a change here in terms of how they want to approach their buy rounds. The first 2 rounds, they were pretty aggressive, but now they're just holding on and keeping mainly the mid control in their hands, which is a little decent, you know, understanding of the game right now for me, because they want to make sure that the rotations that they have are in their hands, right? Early spot, Global Esports will have to find DRX heading in good numbers towards the A side, but right now it's still a little slow from the Korean team.
Oh no, Lil was in a lot of trouble. Flash. And the rotations have been cut in mid.
Spike down A.
Manages to get at least one down there, but the spike, yeah, DRX will spend their arm and their leg to recover that spike. GE Academy have to rotate there in time, but this smoke is holding them back, and it's just gonna be a very chaotic thing. They pick it up by pressing F right outside the smoke. Yui tries to spray them down through the ropes. He gets 2. And DRX are spending way too much time and manpower here just to scoop that spike back into safety. You decide to cut their losses. They give them the space, they give them the respect. They know they have the man advantage, and they know exactly where the other 2 players of DRX were, so they have the option to fall back.
Oh, sacrifice. Great shot. Little boy didn't really have to peek out of there. He had utility. He could have just waited for his teammates, played for the plant, and the spike will now be going down. UB, he gets absolutely destroyed as well. And this is a really simple just aim and shoot round for DRX in the 3v2 that shouldn't have been going their way at all.
Evo. He's probably one of the most experienced players in the GE Academy roster, having competed in 2 seasons of VCL South Asia. But this 1v2, it's a little much for him. That being said, that being said, the way DRX take control of A ramps, it's quite thorough with the amount of utility they spend. I guess they're spending all of this util just to make sure that GE Academy doesn't push out of A main, because they've shown the tendency to be very aggressive towards the choke points early on. So even though they do not need that much util just to get control of A ramps, that's way too much to spend, you know, to just get control of A ramps. If you're taking the side with that, understandable. But all of that was just as a preventive measure.
Yeah, it did push it a little too far, but they recovered in the end, you know. Genuine good work there. It was, like I said, simple aim and shoot. Sacrifice should have been kind of pressured more to get into the site to re-clear that. Lil Boy, I feel like if he had just waited for a couple of seconds more, he would have gotten a great timing on to Sacrifice, because they had no idea how far into whether ramp or main they would have gotten in, and maybe a little bit of patience would have helped them. And now Global Esports, their coach has triggered a timeout here pretty early on. Just been 4 rounds. It is the 5th one coming up now. So this is going to be an eco for them. Semi-eco of sorts. There's a bunch of stingers around to try and maybe hopefully take a couple of RNG fights if at all possible. And it seems like it's going to be more towards that A ramp side. They do have a Bucky here in the hands of Envy as well. And DRX not at all afraid to kind of throw in some utility and get some presence off here, which now has been counteracted by Global Esports by giving off the sound of the stingers.
Yeah, the Cypher tripwire is broken. They even use the Cybercade just to get the dog across. And this is what I was talking about, that spending way too much utility to get way too little map control. But if DRX want to burn the util early on in the round, that just leaves GE in a more comfortable position later on. As much as they contested on A, they relatively walk into mid mail for free. Push towards A main, and Cypher's gonna cut his losses and move towards the other end. Annihilation used, but doesn't really find much. And Yui, he tries to peek out, hoping to capitalize on the players. He's detained in that grab net, but they will also be punishing him back. And
oh wow!
Fighting sort of G heading towards mid. Nice shot onto Flicker. And Sacrifice hold this area by himself. Nope, falls back to the Nightfall. Even the Showstopper's been activated. They're gonna cut their losses and try to hold some other things.
One dead. Little boy finds one as well, and that's weapons being gathered here. Athen's gonna be careful, but he's got a smoke to play with. Does he choose to pop out of the Horizon? Takes first contact. It's gonna be Envy to take him down. Last one standing is gonna be Young. He's got the Vandal back up in his hands, but it's being stuck wrong. Still standing strong, but Envy with some amazing shots in this round will make sure that Global Esports don't fall too far behind now. 3-2, and that is an amazing thrifty from Global Esports. The decision at that last second to push up towards sewers was really, really helpful. Yui could have had a chance to maybe make things a little more easier, but Zinx here missed his first shot, and then this amazing just jiggle peek from Envy secured what was needed for Global Esports. Great timeout as well. You know, it kind of worked out perfectly. Rubies did a great job of trying to maybe just kind of, you know, tell the team, settle down. We've got this. Don't let this slip away from you. Don't make hasty decisions. Just play as a team. And clearly that's exactly what they did this round.
Yeah, lovely shot by Envy onto Flicker. That really set the ball rolling for Global Esports Academy. And even then, the way they dealt with Ethan, it kind of shows that they're learning very quickly. Ethan got a similar kill by hiding in the smoke in the pistol round. He tried something similar once again, and this time he was accounted for. Oh, this is a crossing smoke to help them get into its pillar, but they aren't really moving out yet. They know there's a camera, and once that's broken, they're gonna burst, and oh god, that's a full-blown execute. Broken, Billboy gets a freebie. And there's more. Envy has come in just to help him out. Ryzen with the nade as well as the backup. That's amazing. And just in a matter of seconds, DRX Academy has been destroyed. Spiked off the ground. And Little Boy catches the other Cypher off guard.
That is a solid behold. I really thought Sacrifice was going to get away from that little tripwire caught out. But thankfully, Lowboy was able to swing out at the right time even after he was blinded. And then came the cavalry behind him to make sure that the support is there, take fights together, and Global Esports bringing stuff back to equal numbers here. I need to have a look at this flash. Where exactly does this Rose go? Because he's aiming at the wall on the other side, but I think it goes all the way on the back of that main B cavity, right? Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, it's just the ninja spot on B main.
Retaliation. Global Esports want to take B main. They spotted one. Now they're going to clear it off. The smoke's gone down as well. That's good map control, actually.
Yeah, they're always making sure that they have at least A main or B main under their control. You know, they're really fighting hard on the extremities. And DRX, sometimes they respond to it by taking control of mid really quickly. This time, they actually have held the reins and slowed down their horses.
Not ready yet.
A standard male smoke, they've always put that in every single round so far. But right now, they're also breaking down the Razor Vines. And G is making sure that with these Razor Vines down, they can at least fight DRX if at all push comes to shove. But G have revealed quite a lot of positions. You know, they fought as a 3-man in B main first, then they have a lot of people's position towards mid. DRX made the right call by trying to experiment and go towards A, but they tried going for a contact play at first. Now they've just triggered all the utility and they've sent in the jet up close. Sacrifice holding close. Right, I don't think it's possible to get out of this one without a flash. Oh my god, and things get even worse. Yong is on a longer road. He's on the backstab as well, so Keeper will have to spend a lot of time trying to clear him out. And he can't even do that. So now the G boys, they don't have any choice but to go in. They can't even save because their exit path's been cut off.
Oh, and Envy, that's a great first opening here. Need another one. He's got awareness of somebody being on towards main, but he can crawl in and find the player on site. And that's over. It makes it the 3v3. Nade towards main. Heaven's being covered off. He's got the ultimate as well. The Showstopper's going to come out. Has to keep the tap on. Global Esports might actually be able to do this. Young takes out the one on Heaven. There goes the Showstopper. The kill. The Envy, he does the work as well. Continues, but it's going to be Zinx to just make sure the round is in DRX's hand. Doesn't matter the number of kills that goes into any individual's hands. Young and Envy, absolutely crazy players here. Both getting a 4K each in the same round. But it was Envy's awareness to make sure that he just walks past, being a little sneaky, and then holding down to the showstopper to make sure that DRX don't actually come in guns blazing to try and stop this defuse. The paranoia did help them. Mistimed, unfortunately, for the Vise. Flicker just couldn't get there in time, out with his knife. And Envy, man, so close, just a little bit too far.
Flash.
Yeah, that paranoia was huge. It hit them both. Which is kind of surprising since it's very easy to dodge paranoias if it's coming from that far away, all the way from heaven. Oh, they take the orb by force. Smokes, nades, prowlers, everything forced out by Global Esports Academy, only to get that extra orb onto Envy. And now they're throwing down the ball towards mid as well. Barrier mesh, the moment it's broken, it kind of tells GE that there's a mid hit imminent. Boombot to re-clear this area, and now the suspicions have been confirmed. They push DRX, repel them away from B main, only to get them back and greet them at mid. And because they've already tried fighting DRX in both these positions and DRX denied the fight, they kind of expect them to go towards A ramp, which is why GE are now re-clearing that area as well. Unfortunately, that is absolutely not the place where DRX Academy are. They show their presence towards B main once again, and this entire game just turns into a chess match. More likely, more than a chess match, it's more like a chase game, you know? Who's gonna get there first?
Well, but look at where the sky is from DRX. He's crawled in towards backside from heaven, A heaven, left. And he's all the way in behind them. Zinx has been taken down, but look at Athen. Athen's got the spot of one. He's gonna let him slide, and he's gonna make sure the timing is perfect. Yubi and Kibo absolutely no idea what just hit them, and that's opened up the round. Envy once again looking to be the hero, and he continues to hit the shot after the other. Will not connect more than one. Ryzen has to concede, save the only weapon he's got, as DRX have to thank Athen for his efforts. I don't even know how he actually crawled through. I think that tripwire that Lilboy put on towards A heaven was a little too low, and he was able to jump over it, because that's the only explanation for getting into that little, you know, space. There's no other way he could have gotten through.
And that's exactly the kind of plays that set him up for such success. DRX, they've been denying these fights to Global Esports Academy no matter where they go. I mean, they tried taking B main control at the start of the round, but after they saw all that util, they decided to fall back. They broke the barrier mission mid, and then they even tried sending Ethan via A, and despite GE's best efforts to re-clear that area, he was able to sneak past the gaps. And that's what happens when you're making GE Academy rotate so much in between these checkpoints.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, make sure that you scan the QR code at the bottom left, and make sure to get your hands at any jersey that you want. It could be the Legacy t-shirt, it could be the G2025 jersey, all of it available as you scan that QR code, and just give us a little bit of love. Come on, support the GE teams, both the VCL and VCT, as they try their best to find success.
Half by round for Global Esports. Have a Vandal on Horizon, but the rest of them are, you know, armed with just a bunch of sheriffs and pistols.
I know exactly where you
Barrier mesh quite down there. Quite a lot of resources spent. Even a tripwire to just make sure if it gets broken, they'll know. But it doesn't really stop DRX from entering the site. Not with the neural theft going in. That's going to be an easy plant for DRX. And yeah, G just have to aim for economic damage at this point.
Nope, that Rose is gonna blind him off. Young's already got UV, and that's a great shot from Ryzen. Triggers the wall, just get back instantly. And that's gonna give DRX a little bit of breathing room, but Kibo's coming on the back line, takes a shot to the head already to the wall, and he's gonna be finished up as well. Last two players standing, coming in from spawn, and they already know this Flash is waiting for them. Paranoia's gonna go through, Ryzen's gonna be pushed away, as his teammate will go down. That's gonna be round number 6 for DRX Academy, as they find a little bit of a groove thanks to a small Athen lurk, and now they've strung together 3 rounds in a row.
Yeah, and that's a lot of economic damage for GE Academy. They will now be on max loss bonus, and sure, they can afford their weapons, but just with that retake setup, you could see how difficult it is to breach into the site once it's been taken off their hands. They had 2 flashes waiting for them, 1 paranoia, a guiding light. And that just makes the entries nearly impossible. Plus, with the amount of smokes that are regenerating for DRX in time, they can just hold GE back in these retake situations forever. Buy so much time for themselves.
Yeah. Zings once again looking for... Oh, there it is. The spot comes to another node. Another up front. Breaks it up, and they go pretty fast A hit. Sacrifice already on Heaven in that smoke, trying to play around. He's got the secrets helping him out. He gets spotted out though. Ryzen, jump spotting once again, putting a little bit of pressure on him. Envy needs to find this mid kill, where it's going to be a little difficult, and it is going to be Young. Once again, that penetration point towards mid keeps the control and the backline for his team, as now Global Esports forced to fight and take control of ramp.
Sacrifice spotted. He's been kidnapped by the Annihilation. Nothing that Flicker can do to save him. Still leading on the edge of the smoke. He knows for a fact that G at some point will come in and try to clear them out, but behind them is the Omen as well. And both of them are just blinded. Yong strikes just in time. Ryzen saved by the wall just for the time being. Has time to reset, but Yong is hot on his heels. He's trying to chase him. Jumps right across the sheer to shorty him in the face. What a pickup at the base by DRX Academy. They waste absolutely no time.
There was something very simple that DRX Academy realized a little early on, that was a couple of rounds ago, that, Global Esports, the minute you pressure their extremities, they don't actually take mid control. They were doing that in the first, I think, 4 rounds, right? Global Esports had 3 positioned towards mid, constantly made sure that they kept that control, made sure the rotation lines were in their hands pretty strongly. But now, Global Esports are focusing on the extremities, and they're losing out on mid control, and Young is exploiting that perfectly. Back again they go, this time changing up their plans. Mid is the call, as DRX once again look to challenge a bit of utility out of Global Esports, but there's a nasty shot from Yubi as well. 2 bullets, 2 headshots, only 1 confirmed kill though. And now Global Esports want to force the ramp position on A.
So, a lot of kills on A main, so even though G win the fights on mid, the site is no longer in their control. There's only one saving grace, and that is the spike being towards the bottom of mid. Although it won't really matter if they just get the round win by killing every single person on GE. Spike scooped up by the Omen ult, and that won't even be needed. Sacrifice plants a bullet straight in his body.
Last round in the half.
Oh, that's gonna be another round away from Global Esports. I thought, Thrifty, after that first start, 2 bullets, they gave a lot of damage. I thought they were gonna be able to actually kind of pressure that mid position and, circle them around towards A, but Sacrifice holding alive on that B main side puts so much pressure on Global Esports that they had to consider where do they go for help? Did they fight A? Did they fight B? Eventually lost out on a bunch of aim duels. Now the final round of the first half. DRX once again towards Misty. Coming out from Envy, unfortunately, not of any use so far. Doesn't even get to fire a single bullet from that chamber, as he's going to have to watch his teammates now try to clutch out the rest of this half. A bunch of ultimates available on them, though. They've got the Neural Theft, they've got the Cosmic Divide, and the Nightfall as well. They should be able to actually do pretty good, damage here, considering that they go for a retake after getting off 1 pick at least for information from the Cypher Neural Theft.
G have significantly reduced their pace and their aggressiveness. They're no longer contesting those extremities right off the bat. I mean, they're losing players on mid, which hasn't really happened before. The only time G has lost players on mid before was during the lurks when Yong would go across. And now with the Steel Garden, they're forced to concede the site once again. And this was just a fake. You have Yong entering the B site on the back of the Fade ult. No, sorry, not the Fade ult, on the back of the Vice ult. But now you have Aethan, who's trying to breach into the A site, and he's managed to get it for free.
30 seconds left.
He's going to be able to plant there with absolutely no repercussions.
Little boy makes finally. Yong gets punished from his little lurk plays that's been happening towards mid, this time from B. Now they've got information. Nightfall's going to be pretty useful here to cut off sounds and a little bit of pressure on DRX. It goes towards site. That's the call. They see one. Athens going to be having to take it in now, but he's going to stand strong towards elbow. Go straight for the fight. Not afraid of this. And he's going to elbow down. For some reason, Ryzen and Yubi just don't expect him there, even though Lil Boy has seen him towards elbow. He pushed him towards elbow, but both of them are watching main. And they get sprayed down for a 9-3 half, and Global Esports as the half's been progressing, they've kind of been on a downward trajectory in terms of how the games we played. I love the confidence. I love the aggression in the first 5 rounds. That timeout from the coach also gave them a great thrifty round. But after that, it's just been a little bit of, I would say, even nervousness being set in. They try to take control towards extremities. They lose out on mid, and mid every time has been exposed by that Omen, DRX Young. He's been such a pivotal focal point for his team. The GE have had no response to what he's been, doing with his small-timed, well-timed lurks.
Yeah, and it's not just the lurks that he's timing well. The fact that he's able to get 3 people to stay there because they expect him to come through is delaying the rotations of GE so much. And even when GE stay back to, run into him or maybe like stop him in his tracks, he just wins those fights and continues his rampage. That's just insane. Now GE, at least in the first half,
Party's
really
over.
a lot. This time, everyone mid, and that shot from Sacrifice was nasty. At least he trades them back out. 8 and down, no more flashes available. But as this is happening, you have the Cypher on GE who just fell back after taking control of ramps. Could have tried to control something, but you're once again a menace to
down
GE.
mid.
Whether it's an attack or the defense, this guy is down on the lock match.
I punish you.
Oh, well, wait, trades are coming back here. People look like pull one each from their little bags of
One enemy remaining.
Little boy continuing to make sure
One
he keeps
enemy
it alive
remaining.
for his team, but Young is standing strong, and he's gonna kind of outplay Kibo here. A little confused whether he could come in from B Heaven. Turns around.
30
might
seconds
have
left.
Given away his chance to win, but as soon as he clears this out, he's gonna go back and towards check mid. No, he's actually gonna continue up. He's gonna clear out B Heaven completely, and now back he comes, Kibo. So 1v1, and it's gonna be the DRX Classic. Unfortunately, that rises up. Young once again. The clutch from him continues to fuel DRX's forces here at Fight Night. But this mid setup was actually really good. The trades came in, UV did well, but then the problem happened when they went to fight towards vents. 1 by 1. Here's the first peek from UV, and then the second one from Ryzen. Gave away 2 easy fights to Young there. And of course, the guy who's been fragging out all game is going to be able to capitalize on separated 1v1s there.
Yeah, Young has been on fire all throughout. Temperature rising over here. Fight's really starting to heat up at this point. I'm not going to feel bad for Kiba because he's not having a good game today.
Spike dropped.
This time they lose Little Boy quite early on. Just to spam through mid. And they're expecting G to re-clear mid once again. That's why the setup's right in the middle of the rotation. They speak out and they need to get to kill that long range with the Stinger. There's still a Vice they have to cross. And we isolated from the rest of his team. And they know he's not coming male. There's a smoke over there. They'll expect him to get into vents where the Jet is holding him.
They've heard him. They know he's there. That's the fight to stop. Because look at where Zinx is. Zinx has come all the way on the back lines, and he's cleared out so much space. It's going to be
One enemy remaining.
for Flicker as well.
Flawless.
The judge.
Good.
Duty and
This is our new
Executioner
standard.
on B Heaven continues the streak of rounds for DRX as they go. How many is that? 8 rounds in a row? Yeah, 8 rounds in a row as they almost now teeing up map point.
Blinding crowd. Yeah, we
Oh
win.
man, he's having
Too
an
obvious.
absolute banger of a game.
Rip and tear.
Meanwhile, Kibo just got a second kill. Yeah, this is a slow start for GE Academy.
Blinding crowd.
But
Rip and
not
tear.
they can't recover from it. They finally have the weapons necessary to inflict some damage. This judge will most likely be double satcheled into heaven. But over there, you will run into both the Cypher and the Vice setup. So this is going to be a very difficult site to
Wall
clear.
trip. Flashing.
Oh shit. Jumps back into the site and straight into the crosshairs of Yinks. Even Flicker tries to get down near the smoke so he can go up close and play with that judge.
Oh wow.
Shot by Rising.
No, Kibo, he's been a little wary today. Hasn't been able to connect his shots too much. He's having a bit of a doozy of a game here. But Global Esports have taken A Heaven control. And they've pretty much kind of playing ring around the rosy with DRX here. But Zinx once again, sneaky little man, gets one enemy remaining and sends them right to sacrifice his arms.
I'll have what I'm owed.
But it's gonna be Flicker to
this
take
is
him down. Man,
this is such a massive trap setup from DRX. GE run headfirst into a wall. It's a double sentinel setup, the Vice and the Cypher utility over there. There was absolutely no way they were going to get into it. And by the time they realized that they're heading into a trap and they try to bail out of there, even their rotation path has been cut off. The moment they jump into vents, it was a death sentence.
I could use a drop.
DRX Academy on the verge of destroying GE, one round away from victory.
yeah, they really covered that up, well, to make sure that they take aim and control because Heaven is on the way, and knowing that Sacrifice is going to be in vents waiting for them. Like you mentioned, perfect trap setup play, and not going to go, so now here. We made the flash is great, but Yubi make sure that they don't lose more than one player. Only Envy having to watch this from the afterlife, as now Global Esports in a 4v3, technically a 3v3 because Yubi's basically a whisk away from death. Flicker uses a judge here. Oh my god. He's been found and Flicker jumps and he flicks onto Yubi's body. And there's nothing.
Wall tripped.
Another Traveler, another alternate.
Tripwire destroyed.
You throw whatever you can at him, but as long as you go one by one, that judge is still gonna destroy you.
One enemy remaining.
Taken care of, and Little Boy's flank finally works out. Kills the judge, shoots it in the back of the head. Sacrifice the
Spike planted.
He's got plenty of buffer. He can afford to save this round. Although that being said, his team has plenty of... He doesn't need to. He still goes for the challenge. It's a 1v3, and he's taking this challenge head on. Spotted to its CG.
He's got a
He knows
lot
there's
of
going to be at least
rounds
one on
to play
mid.
around. Sacrifice. He's going to clear up mid first, but Low Boy, being the smart boy he is going to play deep in towards mid and gets away instantly. Global Esports. Good post-plan discipline here and not giving Sacrifice anything, having to force him to go ahead and save. They don't have a problem with that. And they too will carry on 3 weapons at the bare minimum towards round number 16. Forgive me, 17. As DRX, oh, they've got at least 8 more chances to close this map out.
Now this is the test of endurance for Global Esports. They're facing certain defeat, but they're still gonna take this as a chance to improve themselves, so they're not gonna give up. They figured out what their weaknesses are. They figured out that DRX is out-rotating them, and the only way to get out of that trap is to win your fights when you first encounter them. If you don't lose your fights at first, even the people who are trying to backstab you will not have any way to stop you because you'll already be ahead of them. This time it's a slow approach. Cyber Cage thrown towards the ramp side, just so that they can pick up the fight and force it to its side. Spotted one on Raptors. Zinx holding up close. This time it's not a double sentinel setup over here. The Vice Util is towards the B side, so it shall be relatively easier. But the rotations from the others are already on their way. Now this will get difficult.
That smoke has got Afton doing a little bit of bait work for him. The little boys are going to expect him here. Oh, the smoke's gone away. Flicker gets away just about in time. Grenade not going to touch him. DRX being forced all the way back towards screens now. But they do have one player on site at the moment. Global Esports still a little hesitant. I've taken A Heaven control, and it's all on Zinx now to try and play out for his team here. And he's got into elbow, and he will take him out with a judge. 1-for-1. Young's playing with Kibo right now, trying to keep him busy, make him feel a little pressured, and that's going to push Kibo back as DRX regained that Heaven control by practically using no util, just a bit of jumping around.
Yeah, and Kibo knows that this is just a distraction. Others are going to come in from the CT entrance, so he falls back himself. But now this dog is going to re-clear him. Smoke to just deny him any fights. He's been locked out of this action. And now there's another avenue for retake opened up for DRX. They're coming in from 3 different ways. From screens, from Heaven, as well as from the main area. And this is very difficult.
Last player standing.
Step in and help his team out, but he's been so cut out from the action. He can practically do nothing. Yeah, sure, the pull is gonna keep them away from the spike just for the time being, but he has to really buy a lot of time. He's been killed. Has he done enough? Apparently, yes.
Yeah. The pull was perfectly timed. He heard the ticking bomb and he made sure that he pulled right across when that spike was gonna be too late to defuse. Well done, Kibo, for the for the game he's had. This is a really important round that he's gotten for his team. And it's clear that the impact doesn't have to come only from, frags. You can do it with your utility, with the way you win the rounds as well. But DRX, they're still on top of things here.
Oh, spotted out early. This time it's just a siege, not the season 8 combo which you've seen from GE before. And now you kind of know why. They wanted to get the judge up close. They were hoping that DRX would fight them. And at that range, the judge will cover going out. Switch it out. They figured out that the Bison is also present over here. Must have spotted the Razor Vine at this range. But no headway into the A side. Little boy is not moving an inch. In fact, he's hoping that someone from DRX will push A main to re-clear this since his teammates are showing presence on B. But that also will not happen. DRX playing extremely patiently this round, which is kind of uncharacteristic of them because every time GE has pressured some place in the past, the opposite side of that has been pushed in by DRX.
Yeah, but this time I think they've gotten a good read of understanding of what things are because once they pressured our B main and you saw that mid was also not being pushed too much, they realized this is going to be a fake. This has to be a fake. We're going to have to keep control on A. That's exactly why Athen and Zing didn't really push here. Little up here comes the showstopper. He goes straight into the side here for Envy. He is stunned. But he's lost 3 of his teammates in the process. Where are the Western players? They're stuck on him. And they're going to be taken out as well.
Defenders win.
That was a little miscoordinated from Global Esports, sending Envy in all by himself with the showstopper. Understood. But the rest of them had to fight Athen there because he pulled their attention as soon as they saw Envy had flown into the site. And also, Zinx playing around that smoke, playing sneakily to make sure that Envy has no real target to shoot on as soon as he jumps out of that A main side, did really well there to make sure that, that A main, the rest of the players who are supposed to follow Envy don't give him an inch of support. And that's going to end the game 13-5, ladies and gentlemen. DRX will take the first map of Global Esports Fight Night against GE Academy. And we're going to be heading into now RRQ making their first match debut in the Fight Night next.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we have 2, maybe even 3 more amazing games. We have 2 best of ones. One is RRQ Academy versus DRX. Next is GE versus RRQ. So all the teams, the 3 teams that are in this tournament, they will definitely end up facing each other in these best of ones. But then the teams with the highest amount of points and wins will face each other in the grand finals. That's a best of 3. It's going to be a lengthy journey, and I really hope that the GE boys can recompose themselves before their next game against RRQ Academy. Maybe they'll even get to see what they're made of when they face DRX now.
Absolutely. They need to pay a lot of attention to this game because they need to see that while RRQ, of course, are also a great team, they have a little bit of a weakness at the moment. They just have had a player change, Sixkey has left the RRQ Academy and they've gotten in for this tournament. They got Tebatal on for the Fight Night, and we'll talk about that later. Let's have a look at the scorecard ones. As you can see, of course, Young straight up on top, 23-10, 328 ACS, an absolute monster on both sides of the match today. On attack, such a menace on that mid-region, lurking off, cutting off rotations, making sure that he knows the timings at which Global Esports will have thinner lines of defense on that mid side. And he just did such amazing work for his entire team to make sure that every time Global Esports attempts a retake, they're going to be in trouble in terms of numbers. And while I have to give my props to Envy, He did really well. Started off those, 4Ks, those 3Ks that came up in the beginning. Unfortunately, just could not prolong longer because the team kind of started falling apart in terms of nervousness. And I'm not gonna hold this against that, our academy team. This is their first ever official game as a squad of 5, and I still expect them to do a lot more better as things go on. So I hope the audience can give them a little bit of a fee, kind of a leeway. It's all right. Just let them settle in, get them a little bit of, time to prepare more as a team. It's only been, less than 2 months that they've been together now.
Yeah, and you can clearly see that with 2 months of performance, 2 months of practice, they have some set plays in store. Like at the start of the game, we saw that GE Academy was going for a lot of extremity fights, aim in control, beam in control. Even they were rotating quite well. Unfortunately, DRX Academy, by virtue of having played together longer, know how to counter that. Like the speed at which DRX were able to out-rotate GE shows how quickly they make their decisions. They don't spend a lot of time gathering information. They just trust their gut. Whatever limited information is available to them, they're able to make a decisive action with that limited information and execute it before GE is able to win against them. In fact, towards the middle of the game, somewhere around, let's say from rounds 4 to round 11, it felt less like a Valorant game and it felt more like a game of chase, felt more like a game of tag, because both the teams were just really trying to out-rotate each other.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at what's going to be happening in the next one, ladies and gentlemen. RRQ and DRX are ready to go at it. Is there going to be a streak of DRX Academy, continuing on over here, and they're going to go straight to the grand final at the back of this? Let's have a look at the veto, shall we? And see what map is it that they're going to be playing off on. And it's going to be Lotus. All right, I like it.
All right.
Lotus is a great map to watch these two teams on. And considering that, I'm just going to have a quick look at what RRQ have been doing on Lotus. And they had a really recent game. They just played it about 10 days ago against the Mongols, and they did win it pretty convincingly. And they've got a really special, set of agents. For my God, my brain just lagged for a second. They've got a single Sentinel Vice, a Viper, Raze, Omen, and Fade.
Oh, okay, so they're still using the Viper. All right, then a little bit of 2024 flashbacks from DRX Academy over here, but with the Vice as well as the Viper.
This is RRQ. This is RRQ Academy.
Okay, RRQ Academy. Okay.
Yep.
So with the Vice and the Viper, they are going to have an insane amount of delaying potential on the defensive side, and they're starting on defense. So DRX, what worked for them against GE will probably not work against RRQ because they were able to out-rotate GE Academy quite easily. But with both the Viper as well as the Vice, RRQ will have plenty of potential to slow them down just a little bit. That is, if at all, DRX decide to respect the utility. And that way, there's going to be a bit of a racing game over there.
I'll tell you why there's going to be no change. You know why? Because they're going to be playing the Tejo Neon comp, which they did play recently in their own
speed.
So they love to play the exact same comp that their main roster does, with just a little bit of change, of course. They have the Vice there also as a single Sentinel, which is kind of becoming a trend now, clearly. People are trusting the Vice a lot more as a solo Sentinel, which initially was never the idea, was never the, intimation that you would see from these teams. That, what, Vice, single Sentinel, there's no way. You're going to have to always have an informational piece of, Sentinel alongside. But Academy teams seem to think differently, as we're going to be heading into Lotus, ladies and gentlemen. And it seems like what RRQ did do against the Mongols might just be changed here. They're showing Splash on Neon and Woody on Reyna. Okay. It seems like they want to go a bit of the route of the ranked gameplay here.
Yeah, and that's kind of surprising to me, considering their coach is playing for the team themselves. Sky is the coach of the team, but yeah, given their recent roster changes, I wouldn't be surprised with the fact that he has to step in and play himself. But yeah, I was definitely not ready for Reyna, and that's kind of nice to see that they are now hovering over ISO, which in my opinion is a lot more stable than the Reyna for at least Lotus. But the combination of Fade, Cypher, and Omen, that's quite standard on Lotus, right? Neon also you've seen quite a lot of times. And the Reyna's been locked in. Bro, the Reyna's been locked in. Wait, really?
Yeah. All right, here we go. Let's get into it. Woody's going to go for the Reyna here, and Sky's going to stick with that Fade. DRX making one change of themselves. It's going to be the Neon subbed out for the Raze here, which is, I think they probably saw a previous comp and they wanted to kind of counter that Viper Vise, and they brought in the, Raze to make sure that they kind of do a little bit more damage in terms of utility. But now that they're probably going to be seeing that there's a Reyna and Neon on the other side, they're going to have to try and play this a bit more smarter, because that Teho is going to have a little bit of trouble with his utility, because you're not going to catch that Neon that easy, which means RRQ are stepping up speed themselves. Right, ladies and gentlemen, let's head into the game. Lotus is up and ready for us. RRQ are going to try to now best DRX Academy. Is it going to happen? Let's find out. Let's move in to the game right now.
I definitely hope the G boys are also watching this game, because they're going to be facing RRQ next. Now, DRX already has a game in the bag. If they win this one, they are securing their spot in the grand finals.
Absolutely.
And then it's up to GE Academy and RRQ to duke it out in the third game.
Absolutely. And like I mentioned in the previous game as well, one player from DRX, everybody who's watching this game needs to keep an eye out for Splash. This kid is 17 years old, and he was absolutely destroying BCL SCA, and he's going to be showcasing his skill here as well. I hope he continues to do that, as DRX are given a free B site, and RRQ already on the flank here. Look at how quickly Splash and Woody have come in from the back lines. DRX are stuck.
Yep, but they're going to try to barge away by just nice shot by Splash. Like you said, Universe, this guy is indeed an aim demon. That's diving into the smoke.
Last player standing.
Oh my god. Sacrifice still gets the better of him, and it's up to Woody. He knows where everybody is, but nobody is giving him an inch to work with. Nobody's peeking out at all. They know this is a big shot. They're expecting him to peek out, and Sacrifice, he actually picks up the fight and commits to it with only 20 HP. That's insane.
Yeah, he's got the confidence. He knows that he can pretty easily do what he wants to, because he's got two other players there, especially one being a Teho, who can confirm the round for his team. So him taking the fight, no problem at all. It is, of course, just the first round of the game, and he wins even that one. So it's going to be RRQ having to play on a bunch of Sheriffs here. They're actually going in for a bit of investment. 4 Sheriffs across the board, and they're going to all take up the fight towards B main. This time, a completely the exact opposite approach from what they had in the first round. Completely left B open, this time going all out on B! And Zinx at least manages to get one while running across his spawn region, and that's going to give a call to his teammates. Guys, please run A. They're all outside of B. You need this spike to be planted ASAP.
Coming through.
Spike planted.
Backstab denied. Oh, nice shot by Woody. But he's going to eat that fault line face first, and Ethan doesn't even bother to cover the sheriff. He's just going to go straight down there to help his teammates out. Economic damage dealt quite well. 3 weapons dropped out, so I think that's decent enough for RRQ.
Yeah, it is. It is. I think it's pretty decent. They got that first, onto Vise, make sure that they get the backline sorted. And then, of course, Woody getting one onto Sacrifice was turning on towards the flank. Great damage. Dropped 3 weapons there. Actually, and that's going to make DRX have to reinvest once again. At least a couple of them. Sacrifice still has the Phantom on his hands. And once again, they go towards that A main side. But this time, RRQ going to return the favor in kind. Stuns out from the side of the Neon, and Splash. Amazing shot here. Continues on with a second. Flicker will find one, at least with his guided salvo. But it's still RRQ in control.
And this is what you were talking about in the pre-game segment. The Neon can outrun the missiles, but unfortunately the Reyna cannot. And Woody dies to the guided salvo. Nats goes ahead of the Aftershock, hoping to challenge them and stop them from getting into the site, but Ethan will win that fight. Bebitol and Splash still continuing their reign of terror. That movement is amazing. Flicker was fearing for his life right there for a second. And Splash puts him out of his misery soon enough. Buy round secured, RRQ put a foot back in the game.
Yep, solid round here. Splash, the instant pressure, making sure that even Rubble's taken control of. Even before they could actually give any sort of response, Splash already got away with 2 there. And the trade, even though it came through, they lost Nats there. Splash already on that C side, taking up 2 more targets for himself. And this is what I was talking about, ladies and gentlemen. This 17-year-old plays exactly like how you would expect him to play. He's absolutely crazy, does not care about anything in front of him, and his only mission is to go kill. That's about it. He is the true definition of the go kill strategy.
And this time, Sacrifice pulls out a go kill strategy cosplay himself.
Spike planted.
Overwhelm the side with guided salvo in 2 different spots, forcing the Cypher to use Cyber Cage, and even that will not keep him safe because Sacrifice has the elevation required. Prowler to clear up close. That forces Sacrifice to fight straight into Tebatol. Straw says it's just Yong who's still on the side. Everybody else has already taken their positions outside of the side and on towards Mound. Yeah, that smoke is not going to do much for you. Splash activating the overdrive. Beats that Rolling Thunder face first. And he should still be able to shoot back. Athen. Nice shots. Fault line to keep Woody off the spike once again. But Tebatol has recovered. Can he make his way back? The Mound fight, it's amazing, but Woody sticking it, and Flicker finally takes control of the situation with his own 2 hands. That almost got out of his hands for a second.
Yeah, I thought Splash honestly had it. The minute he triggered the lightning fingers, I honestly thought he's going to be able to get away with this. Got the first one, but the ultimate that saved the round going to be the Rolling Thunder from Athen. Really good awareness to make sure that he just gets it for the plant. He did almost lose out his life if he had taken a step further, because Tebatol was also stunned on that left side box where he had taken out Splash. But the awareness to make sure that he holds his ground and only has to play for the spike, doesn't have to go into the site. Great post-plant awareness here from DRX, as this time they expect that C push and they're already positioned for it. Look at the discipline here. DRX kind of waiting and knew that RRQ are going to try something sneaky, maybe something aggressive on the other side of the map. A completely left empty, as B and C at the moment going to be a standstill. Boombot drop.
Considerable
Splash.
drop in base.
Yeah, extremely as well. Splash, I think he's a little itchy. I think they're going to set him up now with a flash, because you can see that the paranoia is in the hands of Tebatol right now. Waiting to, as soon as Splash takes the first contact, Woody's going to swing out, and that's going to be the fight there. But DRX reading this perfectly, heading into the site where there's only 1 man standing to defend them, and that's going to be Nats.
Is it just me, or did he not put tripwires down this round?
It's
you only
an
see
eco,
the camera
right?
at
So
1 cage.
It is eco. It is an eco. There's 1 tripwire on B. That's the only thing.
That's all. He still hasn't put down the other one. Has it in the bag. Oh no, he tries to fall back. And actually manages to do this. The aftershock doesn't really harm him that much. Mount control taking the sacrifice. Gets stunned up. He actually dodges it, but still dies to Splash. Lovely mechanics from this Neon. And just with that, he's cleared at the side entirely. Now the rest of DRX are in towards grass. They're towards the rotating garden. How do they plan to defend the spike? They're gonna have to pick up these fight space first, and Splash is ready to greet them. Nice stun. Sky sticking the defuse. The spam really doesn't work. The body block is so effective. So many attackers alive, and this team of RRQ has just performed daylight robbery.
Yeah,
he stole the spike defuse right under DRX noses.
Yeah, the biggest problem here for DRX was the fact that they gave up tree control, right? The minute they give up tree control, the only way you can actually stop that spike plan from being defused is either if your Tejo is going to throw in the guided salvo, or it's such a small little angle that you're going to fire, right? You don't know whether it's going to hit or not, because some player could just stand at the very edge, and like you just saw, like Chris pointed out, the body block. One player dies, you're going to think, oh, you know what? Yeah, the diffuser is gone. It was such a small angle, they needed to keep the tree control. It was such great utility usage from RRQ to make sure that Paranoia is put into its tree. They clear it out, and that gives RRQ their second round.
Pulls out the classic just to break that trap fire. Wow. Trying to find him, but Nats just escapes Natalie with an inch of his life. Avoids the showstopper, and now he's trying to make headway into the side by using the Cyber Case to get control of the entire backside. And once again, RRQ successfully have repelled DRX away from the spike side itself. Now they have to repel them away from tree, and they're successful at that as well. Splash eats the battle now. Face first. Somehow Flicker is not ready to intercept him, and he's got the kill. The aftershock gets the kill onto Woody and Yong. He just plays ring around the roses with Splash. He's taking control of tree once again, and now they're fighting back really hard. Sky, the bodyguard, has to protect the diffuser, and he's done so once again. 2 times in a row. RRQ just get the spike diffuses.
Remember when we were talking about this yesterday, I told you that RRQ, they love trying absolutely stupid things, but it somehow just keeps working.
Hey, if it's
no,
stupid,
and I don't mean stupid. I don't mean stupid in a bad way. I mean like they like doing crazy stuff, right?
Yeah.
The way they play is so different, and it just works because these guys are like, somehow they're all on the same wavelength. You know what? We want to do craziness, and we want it to work, and it works perfectly.
Yeah, and they've got their win condition so down and so clear. Like, you get DRX away from the side, you force them to play from tree, you force them to play from grass, and you're gonna win. Nice exchange. Oh, now this is the smoking gun. This will definitely force the fight, and RRQ deny it. They try to escape. Splash still has his weapons about him. He still has his wits about him, and he's shooting back so hard. A triple from Splash, leaving only Nats to deal with it all by himself. But he's got the spike under control. Can he break this ultimate? Nah, he can't. He can't shoot down Yong's shadow in time, so the spike will go down nonetheless. But he can shoot down Yong himself!
Nats almost ready to win that round. He could have actually waited for a couple of seconds more, honestly, and let the brain play alongside his aim. Maybe force the race to kind of think, should I plan, should I not? Is he gonna be up close? He's disappeared off my screen for a second, but Nats did really well. Sacrifice better though in that particular situation, and RRQ constantly just going back and forth and making sure that they don't lose out on any sort of momentum here. Because look at how quickly Splash, that stun came in towards C main. He didn't go back. He went straight back in for the fight. And this time he's going in with the ultimate once again. And it's going to be RRQ coming out on top of that exchange. But Zinx trades back and makes it an even 3v3.
Yeah, RRQ won the exchange towards the C Mound. If it wasn't for that frag towards B main, then this whole situation would have been so topsy-turvy for RRQ. A side under control, or they better not give up the side once again for free. They've given away 2 rounds to RRQ just by virtue of not staying on side. And they really can't defend it from grass, they really can't defend it from tree. So that's why they decide to go overboard this time. They send Yong up into heaven.
Yeah, Flicker's got information. He's at least heard 2 bullets towards that main side. Oh, Woody spotted. That's a stun, but even before Flicker, he peeks out. That's before the stun could cultivate itself. And Zinx is going to take out Tebatol, gets away. Now they're going to have to worry about him. They're going to have to clear out. They split up, and Young's taken out Sky. And Zinx will find the final piece of the puzzle. Great work here from Zinx and Young. They split up, and they made sure that RRQ's players, too, divide their attention amongst the 2 players. They just pinched them out perfectly. 3 and 5, as RRQ once again on an eco, filled with Cherish and half armors.
Yeah, and DRX, by the virtue of winning 2 rounds in a row, they are starting to build up a little bit of a bank. Arthur has 2,400 credits, sacrifice 4,600. They can afford to purchase weapons for yet another round. But yeah, RRQ has to get out of this max loss bonus health soon enough. Otherwise, they'll just be trapped in here forever. Splash playing a rather one-and-done angle. Saved by the Prowler and the Paranoia. But they've spotted 3 people over here on B. So DRX realized that this has got to be a stack. Let's avoid this and let's get into A fast. And RRQ will not be able to out-rotate them. At the same time, they're sending in Zinx towards B. He's been spotted on purpose. And he's really just trying to keep the RRQ players stationed towards B. He's just trying to make sure that they don't rotate towards A, where the rest of DRX players are going to be knocking on the door soon.
RRQ will find the opening. And that was actually kind of... I like the idea because DRX knew beforehand, right? That every time it's an eco, RRQ loves stacking up that B side. They've done that twice already, and he was kind of trying to draw their attention there so that the A side would get cleared up more. Unfortunately for him, the team didn't move in fast enough, but they're still going to be able to take in the team fight here. Flicker finds the first. Splash comes out with the Vandal. Has armor, but is not going to be strong enough to withstand the headshot. Flicker finds kill, but Templeton responds as well. Young with the judge. We'll make sure that at least it's a doable 1v1 for himself against RRQ's Sky. And he's coming in from main, has got no idea at the moment, and he's already wrapped him around. I don't think Young suspects this. Oh my god. The timing! No! Oh my god. I thought Young would have hit him there. Sky.
Yeah, the way
survives.
he flicked and landed those two body shots, he survives by the skin of his teeth. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why coaches show you how you can play better. Absolutely. By the way, the two bursts from Tebetal, absolutely perfect. If it wasn't for this, there was no way RRQ was winning that round. I mean, there were Vandals right beside him. He could have taken a split second to grab one of them and then continue fighting, but he's like, no, I'm not going to risk it. I'm locked in right now. And the two bursts really worked out.
Yeah, he did really well there. Because even if one of their players would have survived there, it would have been a 2v1, and there's no way Sky would have gotten away. As once again, it is that A side control being exploited by DRX, but RRQ already on the flank. This time, that B and C pinch has already been put into effect, and they know it's A. They're going to flank them all the way, but there's going to be a wall they're going to have to try and bait out first. And that's going to bide by so much time. Now they know there's a flank to be worried about, but they've got the plant down secured, and that is going to give them the Rolling Thunder as well. This has to be DRX's run, considering the ultimates they've got.
Rolling Thunder, Armageddon. This has post-plant specialist written all over it. Unless they kill the breach right away. Flash with the challenge. Door broken, Ethan's head as well. Flicker being put under a lot of pressure. If they get rid of Flicker right here, that's the Armageddon gone.
Yeah, it is.
That's uncharacteristic miss from him, and somehow Flicker just peeks so wide. I think Sky ran out of mousepad space trying to flick him.
I got a little worried. Yeah, I got a little worried that the second you said, unless they kill the breach first, Splash goes out, kills the breach. I'm like, oh god, here we go.
It's like a premonition playing in my head. I had Final Destination flashbacks over there.
I'm not quite sure why nobody was watching the door breakout, right? Because even Athen was actually watching towards the site, towards the main entrance of the A site, and nobody was watching door for him. So a little uncoordinated there, but hey, they take the round home, and now they've got 3 ultimates, and it doesn't seem like they need any, because once again, RRQ on a bit of a deficit in terms of weaponry, and Sacrifice opens things up. Here goes the stuns, the guy to salvo, clear out the entire site. One smoke on site from RRQ, not going to stop DRX at all, as they've got a lot of utility actually. Nothing's been used here by Sacrifice except for the... Okay, and there's the trade. Splash almost got away with the incredible movement speed there. Did manage to get the 1 kill, but nothing more.
Sheesh. Just a showstopper. They still have the 2 big ultimates. Nice attempt by Splash. Going in guns blazing with that Bucky, and that could have been devastating if people did not really get him under check quickly enough.
Yep.
But DRX are just too fast. And they've got 2 ops on Lotus attacking side?
Yeah, well, did you expect it?
I must hold No.
Did you,
and
you
that
think
means
RRQ gonna expect it? Yeah, exactly.
Nah, absolutely not.
That's the whole point.
And they've got Vandals on the side as well.
Splash, he's not backing down, and Temple's right here. Splash trying to get around, create some space for himself. The wall's been triggered. He's alone, but he still gets 1. This kid is crazy. Where the hell did they find this guy, man?
On the back roads of the internet, apparently. That's a nice thing from Tebetal. Stun and a paranoia. Yeah, that's a death sentence.
Nah,
How
okay,
does he
no,
survive that?
that's
That was a
not
death sentence. It was stabbed and written. Now the whole Rolling Thunder thrown at him. Oh my goodness.
Well,
back to a 2v2 somehow.
Well, it is a 2v2. There's a tripwire on B, and that's going to be used by Woody to make sure that the B side is kept in control. But he might be caught out in transition here. No, he's going to get away safely. Gets out of the cavity. But does he check? Yep, he's ready. No, he's not. Sacrifice takes him out. Woody just not prepared enough for that fight. The Nero Theft will allow Nats with a little bit of at least information, but the fight is all on his own. No ultimate's gonna help him there. No utility gonna help him there. No utility that's gonna help him break that up and down system of aiming. Yeah, that's absolutely done. 8-4 as DRX not too far of her scoreline from what they, kind of made GE suffer from.
Yeah, and the kill disparity is massive. I mean, we saw a similar story with GE Academy as well. It's Splash who's carrying the most of RRQ's weight over here, sitting at 18 right now, but everybody else at single digits. We had that one amazing clutch from Sky, the 1v1. That gave them a good enough round. We had Nat step up and deny the spike defuse once. Rather, to stop the people from getting in and stop the defuse. But this time, they're going in guns blazing once again. Guidance out to clear out rubble, but they will take that control nonetheless. And it's an instant movement towards the B side. Great pace from RRQ. They try to go for the plant already, but Ethan, he will be able to get at least one. Get the man advantage for his team. Nat's trying to go for a late lurk. Just get one, but will be silenced shortly after.
Zinx, pressure on him, but he's got the frenzy. Takes out Sky and RRQ, even though they're in good positions to hold us out. DRX have got numbers, and Woody's gonna go down as well. Flicker on top of things. He's been absolutely on fire on this map at Lotus, as they win all 4 pistols so far. Yeah, they won all 4 pistols so far.
Yeah. That's a devastating stat to have. Lets you have a 2-0 lead every single time. What a shot by Flicker. The utility uses this guy has is absolutely insane because he's making so many of those RRQ crossfires unviable.
Yep. And RRQ also, right? That round, the kind of control they wanted to take, sent in Splash towards that little cavity, didn't really get too much out of there. And then they thought, okay, you know what? We're going to take Heaven Control and go towards C-Link as well. But that was also so fragmented.
That encounter pops out of the smoke dry. Yeah, that's not happening, bro. You're not winning that fight.
It's all to sell the fake. It's all for the fake. Zinx is here alone against 4 members. He's got support. Athens made it in time. But that trigger of the Razor Wine so perfect. And he gets away with all 4. Zinx times it to perfection. He knew exactly what's happening. He triggered that Razor Ryan just seconds before that wall came up because he knew this is going to be my time to shine. And he goes straight up to the top of that C site. Nothing RRQ could do there to even give him a point of damage.
Yeah, and it's not like RRQ can just stay in the Razor Vine to avoid damage because there's an aftershock thrown at them that forces them to move. If they don't move, they die to the aftershock. If they do move, they take damage from the Razor Vine. It's like being stuck in between a rock and a hard place. Oh, this time it's a very fast hit. They don't even bother taking rubble control. They just go straight towards tree. And there's the perfect way to counter this space. That judge could have been devastating, but that flash, it helps Splash get the early kill. And that's his 19th kill for the team. Spearheading his way into the sides, and this should help them set up for the post-plant.
Oh, there's a spot. Young takes him out. There's 2 more behind him. Nax is stuck here. Isolates the fight perfectly thanks to his cage there. He's not going to help him out. Sacrifice takes the trade. Athen picks up a weapon. He's got a bulldog, and he's going to be able to use it perfectly. Gets one more. Splash, is he going to be checked here? No, he's not. Takes the timing advantage. Finds the first. Will damage the second, and finish him off as well. Splash once again looking to be the pivotal point for his team. Draws out another round, the 5th one on the board now, but still halfway across from where DRX are. And that's going to take so much more of their effort because this round was really hard fought. making sure that the flank doesn't really get away with too much, but they did. They took out 3 here and had to leave it down to the last 2 members.
Close margins and even closer rounds. But the win condition is still the same. The strategy still is splash, go kill. Very fast backstab from DRX. That won't work this time around as Woody and Sacrifice just had to duke it out. Splash once again, spearheading into the tree area, only to be killed by Sacrifice, who's holding an off angle, playing around that cybercade so beautifully. Our DRX getting multiple angles and making sure that the pre-firing positions of RRQ are not gonna work. Their crosshair positions thrown way off balance, and the double peak secures DRX the 11th. What a fast round.
Yeah, that was really hard fought. Once again, Splash, he opened up the site, not side up, is for A main cavity for his team. Unfortunately, the follow-up was just not there due to that one smoke down in the center, and the rest of the team kind of fighting in different fights altogether. Tension divided from RRQ, not able to actually focus on what they need to take control of. They're not really having the micro plans of how they want to take control of the map, right? So when they say they want to go rubble, they don't really say, well, okay, we're going to take back rubble first, then we're going to go further on.
I know exactly.
Just, yeah, we're going to take rubble. How we're going to take it? Not yet completely thought out. DRX trade-off 1-for-1 on that B site, and that's going to stop RRQ from taking any more further steps in that direction. They leave Woody there to make sure that any lurks are not happening through the smokes as they go back towards A. Triple swing, and that's going to take out Young.
Sacrifice at the showstopper. Decides to not pop it. He's going to continue fighting with just the Phantom. And Dabital finally punishes him for overstaying his welcome.
Gun here.
3v1. RRQ can recover weapons. There's 2 rifles lying towards rubble.
Spike planted.
And a few more towards B if they decide to go for it.
Oh, nice.
Wow, that was a nice shot. Much needed confidence boost for Woody because, I mean, let's be honest, he's been hitting a few shots at the start of the game, but after that, after the first 3 rounds, he hasn't really done much.
Yeah. That's a great triple swing there from RRQ. Make sure that they take the fight as a team, don't lose out on any sort of advantage that they can gain, and Sacrifice struggling to keep his crosshair steady there. As you can see, 6-11. RRQ have now thrown DRX into an eco. Shares across the board. This should be their upward trajectory building up right now. Deep smoke already from them. They take control of the forward A main. Gonna force Flicker back as well. Door's been opened. And RRQ now, what's the plan? Are they gonna pivot all the way towards B? The door's been opened towards A main as well. They're rotating doors. The spot comes in. Flicker holding them back. The stun is good. And RRQ now confused about where they're going to take pressure.
Yeah, they managed to make a headway towards that B-Link area, but now they're kind of trapped with no way in or out. They try to break their way through tree. The Nightfall helps them get across, but Young, he stays silently in the smoke. I thought that would have been a disaster, but Woody clears him out nonetheless. Athen holding solo towards drop. And RRQ are trying to make this as clean as possible. Yes, it is. Flawless. Don't give a single eco frag to DRX, and just like that, RRQ will be able to strengthen their economy once again. I mean, they did not just need to win rounds, they needed to win them in a much cleaner fashion so that their economy can start looking a little healthy. Now that they don't have to reinvest in weapons, they can finally start thinking of stringing these rounds together and focus on the ult economy rather than just the weapon economy.
Speaking of that, look at DRX. I was just going to point it out. They've got the Steel Garden, they've got Armageddon, they've got Showstopper, and they've got Rolling Thunder. This is going to be a big round for RRQ if they're able to pull it off with a bunch of ultimates being baited out, because it comes out, the Showstopper not going to get anything, but they still get the kill though. There's a sliding splash who just cannot be touched. And there comes a counter. Never mind, it's not a counter up. It is the ult from DRX itself, and they did catch their own teammate. Trades going back and forth. 3 versus 2. DRX still in control, and Zinx finds probably the final nail in the coffin there, as Sky, stuck outside of B, has to just hold on for that door to close. Now he's going to go and try and retrieve the spike, which has been given away by DRX. They don't want to fight for the spike. They want to fight for the final round. They want to close this game out and go to the final as soon as possible. And Sky is probably heading in the direction that's going to help them do that, because Athens going to spot him here. And there it is.
He's been spotted, right? Yeah, I mean, now with the haunt, he's definitely going to reveal his position. Hilo set up once again. Baits at the door sound. They're not falling for this one. In fact, he just created another angle from where he can be shot. Alright, then. Also, is it just me, or was it really funny that Athen decides to pop the Rolling Thunder as soon as those two players from RRQ who were towards the attacking spawn, as soon as they were spotted by the drone from Tejo, Athen just let it rip. He doesn't give a damn if he hits his teammate in the way. He's like, nope, I'm just gonna hit this. I need this.
I think he kind of expected them to push towards them, right? So probably even hitting sacrifice in the process won't harm him because he's behind the, the triple box. So he was safe. It was all about him trying to cover off for his teammate. They did it well. It doesn't matter. They've got the 12th, and they still have 2 more ultimates that could potentially win the round pretty convincingly. Splash once again all the way towards rotating door on A. They have control. Flicker sitting with the judge, holding on, destroys it, gives away his position and weapon as he tries to spam it down. Splash is just too quick, but the trade comes in from Athen once again. The lightning shots are not going to do anything to Young, and RRQ falling down like bowling pins.
And they're heading for a clean strike.
Oh, they got shorties.
You got him popped.
Shorties.
This should be the finishing touch. Nice. The shorties wouldn't really do much. They understood the win condition perfectly. They knew that if they just put down that cyber cage, they can't exactly pre-fire that area. And then the Steel Garden does the rest. Like you said, Universe, they are bowling pins, and DRX is heading straight for the finals by going for all these hot-headed strikes.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing you should remember, guys, anybody who's going to be playing ranked against a Vise, if you see the Steel Garden Ultimate available, just don't buy a shorty. Don't keep a shorty in your hands. Keep a Frenzy, a Sheriff, anything that you know is going to be a lot more useful. But look at that difference, man. Even after that entire series, it's Splash on top. And I told you this before the game. I don't know where this 17-year-old has popped up from. I don't know where he's come from. He is an absolute monster. And I had a conversation with so many people about this. He's probably gonna be in RRQ's VCD team next year, or some other team for sure, because he deserves to be there. He is that good. And you can see the difference of him being on top and the rest of his team not able to catch up and keep up with what he's providing for that team. Because the openings, you saw how many times, Crips, we saw the openings being created, space being provided. He's doing so much with even the nerfed, completely nerfed to the ground Neon. He's doing so much with that, and his team need to be able to follow that up at least by 1 extra kill. He cannot do everything by himself.
Exactly, and every single time he got that opening kill, they were able to convert around. If he got shut down right at the beginning, there was absolutely no way RRQ was making it anywhere onto his side. In fact, there were so many situations where DRX have perhaps like a crossfire established, or they have the superior weaponry or something. This guy just dives in, sliding with a Bucky, and he's able to create an opening. And every time he did so, his teammates were able to follow up behind him. When they did not follow up, well, then that was just DRX charging into the grand finals. And that was such a massive difference between them and the rest of RRQ as well. Like, not a single player of RRQ up ahead in the scoreboard. So that just shows you that DRX Academy as a roster as a whole, they are much more well-rounded and much more prepared for this kind of a series.
Absolutely. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we've got the final game coming up. It's going to be Global Esports Academy against RRQ. Which of these two teams are going to be making to that grand final? We will find out at the end of this really, really short break. I'm just going to go get some water and come back. You guys get some snacks. It's going to be quite a fight because this is going to be crazy. We'll be right back.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Global Esports Fight Night. My name is Crips, and joining me is going to be Zach. We have an interesting best of 3 coming up. We have GE Academy versus RRQ Academy. Sorry, it's a best of 1, my bad. The team that wins this game will go on to play a best of 3 against DRX Academy. Now, DRX Academy have clearly just stood over both these teams and T-posed to assert their dominance. Who's going to come out on top now? That's going to be a very interesting affair to answer.
Definitely, I think your point about DRX being such a strong team has been clear to behold in the last 2 games, and with their 2 wins, they're going to be a grand finalist, and this match does have the stakes of deciding who that second grand finalist is going to be, whether it's going to be GE Academy or RRQ. And I don't know, Crips, to be honest, because to answer your question, it could genuinely be either of them. I think RRQ looked a little bit stronger in terms of their fundamentals, looking at how that Lotus map went. So it might also just come down to what map comes into play, because at the end of the day, it's about which map you are better on at that day, and it depends on whether a GE or RRQ Academy come out on top.
Yeah, GE and RRQ Academy now fighting for a spot in the finals. DRX obviously have made through with flying colors, asserting their dominance in both Split as well as Lotus. Very soon we'll have the map veto between GE and RRQ Academy as well on our screen, so then we can discuss who's going to be playing what, and it is none other than Pearl. I'm actually surprised that they let Split float in the map veto for that long, only to, deny it at the very end. And yeah, RRQ Academy will be starting on defense. GE Academy will be starting on attack on Pearl. I want to see what kind of team composition they come up with, because that Neon and Reyna on Lotus definitely did not work out for RRQ. If they go for something similar on Pearl, I'm not feeling that confident about the chances of a Reyna or even an ISO for that matter doing really well. But if they decide to go for something experimental, well, then I hope GE can actually capitalize on that and find the gaps.
Yeah, I think that when it comes to agent compositions on Pearl with the map kind of recently coming back in, I think there's a lot of fluctuations happening. You talked about the duelists, but also when it comes to that Sentinel rule, right? You're seeing a lot of teams innovate. Some of them are really leaning into that Vice, that lock kind of comp. So it depends on how you want to be playing it. Either way, like you said, we just went through the veto here. We're going to be looking at Pearl, and when we were talking about agent compositions already on the defense side, RRQ, they're going to lock in that Astra, they're going to lock in that Vice. That's going to give them a lot of defensive tools, I would say, in terms of being able to hold on to the map. But they've also got that double duelist on both sides.
Yeah, the double duelist on both sides is going to be really interesting. Both the blue-haired characters for Global Esports Academy, the Neon in the hands of Yui and Envy. Envy was hitting quite a lot of nice shots in the first map. And I would go as far as to say that Envy was partially the reason why GE were able to win those rounds against DRX. But the same can be said about Splash, because that guy is just an absolute menace on the Neon. And this time they've given Phoenix to Sky. So this is kind of a Paper Rex composition coming into play over here. Paper Rex always go for something similar whenever they're playing Pearl. But the Yoru and the Neon, now that's something that's not been chosen by a lot of teams. We've seen the Yoru and ISO come out a lot in maps like Haven. Some people argue that it could possibly work on Pearl. But why are we theory crafting here? Let's just see what works for these teams and jump into the game ourselves.
Definitely. I'm really excited to see how these comps will work out inside the game. To touch upon your point there about the Euro as well, it's kind of funny you brought it up, Crips, because I think if you're looking at the NA Challenger scene right now, the most successful ranked team, their duelist is this guy called Exter, who only plays Yoru, and he's been playing that in most of the games, and they've been winning a lot. So I'm excited to see if we're going to be seeing some of those Yoru strats come into play. And V2K, you definitely talked about the impact that he was having in their game against DRX. So if they can sustain it on this attacking side, it's going to be huge, especially since both agents are so good at taking space and having that impact when it comes to executions.
Flash popped. Oh, the fast lane actually saves one of them, but Envy's managed to make his way into the backside, and so has Yuvi. They've taken control. They're just waiting for the Shear to get down now so they can come in and plant. But if Depethol manages to get a kill or two before that happens, that will be a disaster.
Spike planted.
They might not let the planter escape, and then you have Lil Boy acting as a late lurk towards mid. Woody, aware of the fact that there could be any people sneaking in, is still gonna hold just a little bit, but Sky goes in right through, and he gets the kill onto Envy. Even UV goes down trying to get the trade onto him. Kibo overwhelmed by numbers, and Little Boy is just a little late to the party.
Yeah, nothing really much to be done here. They're just going to stick the spike under his nose. Could try to get a couple of other kills. Tebotal finally puts him down out of his misery, and it is going to be RRQ taking that pistol round. And I like the call there. It was a 1-for-1 trade on the site, with the Yoru being able to find that trade onto Nats, who was playing anchor on the site there. But the call that Tebotal made to kind of just fall off site, let it go, play retake, wait for the rest of the team, really paid off. And I think their retake looked really coordinated. There are three people coming in through CT, sweeping in. Just a little bit of an awkward post plant that RRQ were able to just dismantle very easily. And now GE, they're actually going to be investing in the Bucky here, so I'm excited to see what UV can do.
I thought he would be hot on his heels the moment Sky got stunned. I thought the Bucky would be aimed towards him, making him doomed. And yeah, I mean, he did quite a lot of damage, so 2 players on GE Academy quite low, but the man advantage has to definitely be a massive factor. The only person who can change the outcome of this round is Nats, because he's already cleared out most of B, and he's trying to trap them in towards mid. That information that he relays to his teammates is going to be crucial right now.
Take flight.
And there's no Sentinel util to even account for his presence, account for his backstab. No turrets or a Rambot placed. And he spots the whole armada. He's ready for them all. Dips after getting just one, but now, as he pulls back, it's Devital's turn to go in and try to throng. Yeah, both of them somehow managed to escape. Back to 0-4v4. Splash ready to intercept. Those are 2 really nice shots. Oh my god, that was devastating.
Small consolation here for GE. They should be able to get a plant here, but look at who's sneaking up. Woody with the Guardian, able to just dismantle Envy there, and now it's just going to be UV left. Smoke comes down as well. Classic in hand. Not much to be done there, as Nats does manage to shut UV down. And I mean, it was kind of a anti-eco round there, so GE, for their troubles, are able to get a plant, but still, it felt like a little bit more damage could have been done there against RRQ. I think they only lost 2 guns there and a couple of players' armors, so overall not a bad round for them. Heading into this next round, they're going to be having this Guardian, this Bulldog. I think they're also kind of working on charging up some of these ultimates. I think in particular, Nats might be able to have that Vice Ult ready to go. Could be super useful in a retake, and even now they're investing. It's not they're not playing a full-on bonus. You can see Splash putting in money for that Vandal to make sure that they have a buy-in. Again, they're gonna go aggressive here. Your clone gotta be able to help them out. Your is actually getting so much crucial input here, forcing the players from RRQ back, but Envy comes out a little bit too early and just loses his life and gives up control of mid accordingly.
Yeah, 2 big important players down for Global Esports. They were supposed to be the one that gather more information for the team, and that Dimensional Drift honestly could have opened up a lot of avenues, but Envy decides to jump the gun, and he pays the price for it. Jump spot by RRQ Splash. They know exactly where GE are. The trap has been sprung. Nats and Splash peek out from 2 avenues at the same time, and GE are put to their rest.
I think I really
That's
like
a good way to deny the buy
way
round.
that yeah, I think that RRQ realized that with the kind of weaponry they had, they need to kind of fight forward here. And I think with the kind of composition that they have, the flashes from the Phoenix and the Vise, as well as just how difficult it is to completely maintain map control with just the Killjoy, really not helping GE out. That said, GE this time around gonna be able to put together a half Biosource. There's a Bulldog, couple of Stingers in the mix, and I mean, if you're attacking the right area, these weapons could definitely work out.
Go, go, go! Shortcut!
Very fast invasion by Yubi.
I'm out of here!
Already into its link. And he spotted out Debital, so this is the perfect range for the Bucky to fight in. He's making room for the rest of his teammates also to move in. At the same time, G are sending 2 players down ramp. This B-side hit looks imminent, but RRQ are already inbound. Their rotations are being held back by just the 2 blue-haired agents for now. And they're going to continue fighting over here. Cloudburst to delay the inevitable. But as this Horn of War has been sounding for so long, it's eventually gonna break, and then we pushed and pulled in 2 different directions. Yuvi dives in through the blaze, only to die to Sky's Judge, and that's another flash. He runs out of bullets. Still gets the kill. That was really intense. Meanwhile, Ebo and Lil Boy are trying to make some headway towards the B side. They got some kills and they have just enough room to get the plant down. But will that be enough?
Still winnable. It's a 1v2. Could pick up the rifle here. However, position got to be noted thanks to that Sova util. Still a stinger in hand, playing in that close range. Has to be able to find the kills, but not going to work out. Sky starts off the round by saying, if you have a buff, my judge is better. And ends the round with a Vandal and a Diffuse here. Again, just really farming up that Phoenix ult. And it was a kind of an eco round there for Global Esports, but still RRQ able to come out on top, taking very minimal damage in this round. And I think this next swing round where GE has a buy, they should be able to kind of leverage those ultimates to try and control the damage, including being able to invest in that operator on that B side. Also, that previous round, Crips, if you notice, like, there was so much pressure being created just by having, as you called them, the purple agents in that back area, right? There was just no way that GE could push into side just because of the pressure that Nats as well as Debotil were exerting together on that side.
Exactly. They basically forced GE to backtrack all the area that they had captured. And even after backtracking, they couldn't really make a safe exit. So they were kind of funneled into hitting the B side with inferior numbers. They're forcing GE to take fights where they're uncomfortable, but that's a nice shot by Kibo.
Clean. There's going to be that flank caught out here. Oh, almost goes a little bit ahead, but now Sky spots the player, trying to buy a little bit of delay with the help of that Molly as the XP comes in onto the B site. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade and spawn as finally Lil Boy goes down. UV though picks up the operator and actually makes it work here. 4v2 G with a huge numerical advantage, and it's just a question of whether RRQ can find the opening in this retake, because GE now are happy to play both spots.
No charge left.
Okay, the entirety of the Black Hole is clear just like that. Even though he missed the Cloudburst and the dash timing, this AWP is gonna have to ring true, and it is actually paying off the dividends. But the plant is towards the corner. Woody actually can try to stick it by baiting out a little bit of fights. Okay, NB manages to get it in control. Finally, Global Esports makes some headway. One round put up on the board. That was an uncharacteristic self-flash by Sky, not gonna lie. I mean, Lil Boy had no business surviving over there. The fact that he manages to stay alive, put the molly down, and then even get a kill, it's massive.
Yeah, completely. I mean, it was a very awkward fight, and I think in the end, GE were very methodical. Huge impact had there by that operator from UV, you know, being able to grab it and then use it against RRQ to make sure that that post plant was just so strong there. I think he got at least 2 kills before being shut down, and that just had so much impact, leaving the rest of the team in a 1v3. Now GE, because they had 3 players alive, gonna be able to start building up that bank here. Also charging up ults one by one. They're about to 1 away from that Cosmic Divide. Could be super pivotal in a retake, but now after triggering this nice utility, triggering this rotation here, 4 players now from RRQ. In fact, all 5 of them around this B side. It does seem like GE, they just want to go back towards A, and it's almost completely clear.
Yeah, and G don't even realize that they managed to pull so many rotations. They triggered the Vice Wall with the Yoru clone. They used the control smoke to sneak up on ramps, and they even fired a couple of shots to really sell the fake. But now that nothing is visible towards the B side, there's definitely going to be a couple of question marks that pop up in the head of RRQ. And just to clear out those question marks, they will send Splash down towards Art just to make sure nobody's on mid. They will even use the drone to re-clear mid, realizing that there's nobody present over there. And now that the lockdown has been put up on A main, they will gladly give up this A side to GE, knowing for a fact that mid is safe. There's only one person who could probably change the outcome, and that's going to be Kibo coming in late, but Splash deals with them both! One of those shots! That is cold-blooded from those guys, and they haven't even allowed GE to plant the spike yet. Ryzen, with only 18 seconds left, has to gamble on his life and make his way into the site, only to die to Tebathol, and Splash is just... He's playing deathmatch right now. That's just too good. Not a single one of those shots landed on his opponent's head while he was on the ground. He was floating up in the air pretty much the entire time.
Absolute, like, I think that was such a huge ultimate and just an impact, just showing the impact of what like a Jet can really do there. Round from Splash, gonna be able to get the operator back for Nats as well. And now being so behind, GE finally could have called their first timeout. I think that one of the things that they're mainly struggling with, Crips, is that map control, right? They are really burning a lot of time and resources, but I think RRQ have been very quick to re-aggress and not really giving GE time to settle down, whether it's in post plants or whether it's in terms of site control after and execute. And I think GE, they're gonna have to figure out a way to take a little bit more space, or be able to find that first kill rather than just let themselves settle down on site, because I think that's been their biggest problem so far.
Yeah, there's a lot of problems. I mean, the fact that you can't plant on the back of a lockdown is a massive red flag. Splash is just going absolutely ham on you. And yeah, sure, you can probably use your trades to kill him. But if you're not even going to be able to capitalize on the map control that you have acquired by virtue of killing them, it kind of spells doom for you. And there's got to be something that they fix on the back of this timeout. Whether it's a change in pace, whether it's faster rotations, or whether it's just taking mid control a little better. Something has to change for Global Esports, because right now, it's not just that the fights are going in the favor of RRQ, but every time they re-clear mid, they basically doom GE. They condemn them to the extremities of the map, and unlike Split, it's much harder to win those fights in extremities over here. So what was working for GE against DRX is not going to work for them if they use the same thing against RRQ.
No, definitely. I think you made a great point about the way that Pearl is as a map, and the way that GE need to kind of control this mid. And it seems like they've heard you, or at least they talked about it in the timeout, because now they're going to be approaching through this mid area. The operator shot goes wide. That's barely getting away alive. Not for very long, though. At least Splash is able to kill Telbotel, chiming in to the fray, making things even here, 3 for 3. And at least information is there that they're still towards mid. This recon, though, it could be everything. Telbotel still holding strong for only a little bit more before Risen finds that kill. A 1v2, and Woody by himself was able to clear out the last players. It got close there for a second. It looked like GE had cracked the code, and now with the better buy, maybe they'll be able to pull off more of the same. And you know, Chris, back to touch upon that point that you were talking about mid control, I think we can really see the difference in the impact here when GE is putting pressure there.
Yeah, I mean, every time GE has tried to take mid control so far, they've been sending their players in late after taking control of the extremities. And every single time, they've fallen victim to one of the re-clears from RRQ. Sometimes it's a flank from Splash, sometimes it's the drones. This time, GE actually managed to get in there quickly enough, but they just simply couldn't make their way into the site. Which is fine, considering that they were just on an eco and they were never expected to win in the first place. But this overdrive has been waited out. It's been kited entirely. And now no more lightning is available. They even popped the steel garden just to deny them all the weaponry. And GE are now heading into the site with nothing but their pistols. They have to survive over here. Just long enough to get their guns back online. Meanwhile, Sky is already reclearing everything. GE is now trapped to its B with no way out. They have to force their way in. They have to win these fights, and they get the kill on Splash. That's exactly the second win they needed.
Spike planted.
Yeah, they shut him down, and Risen now absolutely on fire. A triple kill to go with the 2v3 retake that GE has to hold down the fort on position of the Sova, giving away. Knows that there's at least one turns backside. Sky hits the shot perfectly. Here comes the flash. Knows the position of the second player as well. It's all up to the Astra. A 1v1, and unfortunately the spike not exactly planted. He's gonna be able to sneak up though, creeping in on the fight. Not able to connect the shot though, and that is just gonna be Woody to clean up and find a round for RRQ. This one much closer than any we've ever seen, but still GE unfortunately falling short at the last hurdle despite Risen's 3K.
Yeah, that's kind of painful to watch, man. The fact that Sky manages to isolate so many of those fights just shows you how smart he is as a player, as a coach. The Blaze to make sure that UB is isolated in the site, then the Flash to make sure that the two players who are holding towards Pillar and Ramp can't exactly peek out at the same time, forcing out these 1v1s in a situation where it should have very easily been a 3v1. That's Sky for you. But Kibo, man, it looks like he still hasn't recovered from the nerves and the loss of the first game. Losing his composure in the 1v1 against Woody. He jumps the gun, runs to fight him, and even after pre-firing, he cannot land enough shots to kill him. 7 rounds in the hands of RRQ. 3 of them in a row, which basically reset GE's economy once again.
And now, like, again, like you said, they don't have the greatest ulti. They're only that Euro ult that they can depend on. I think they're gonna try to put together another ult to go for the next round here if they are ecoing. I don't see them really committing that unless they manage to find a couple of kills. And I think the that wasn't a timeout, by the way. That was a tech pause. That was not GE using their second timeout. They still have one left. Just a bit of a clarification happening there. But going back to the match here, 7-1, right? You're right, Crips. It looks absolutely rough. And I mean, it's not like GE hasn't had good moments, especially, you know, they were able to find these opening kills. They had the numerical advantage, but the way that RRQ are leveraging, whether it's their experience, Sky has been around playing for a while in the circuit, for example, or whether it is just GE not being able to clutch up in the last second like we saw in the previous round. It's both sides that are pushing RRQ towards this advantage. GE really need to lock in at this point. I do know that their comp is defensively very strong. You've got a lot of info from the Sova. You've got flashes and neon util for aggression, you know, whether it's for that early information or for a retake setup. You got the Killjoy as the anchor as well, and no Deho to play spoil sport against Killjoy. So it's a comp that could very well be effective, but they gotta get a few more rounds on the board.
Yeah, otherwise there will be no ground left for them to stand on when they get to the defensive side. And if this is a lineup that works better on defense, then they better get themselves some breathing space. At this point, everything that GE is throwing at RRQ, it's just not sticking. Sure, they managed to get into its B-Link sometimes, but converting that B-Link map control into the spike plant on the B site is not happening. GE is unable to convert that advantage. And sometimes it's because Thebethol just stalls them for way too long. Sometimes it's because Sky or Splash try re-clearing B-Link before G can even make their way inside. So there's definitely something wrong with pacing, because in the first 10-20 seconds of the round, G managed to get control of B-Link. That's good enough, but then after that, they just spent way too much time. And that Vice setup, they haven't been able to bait out the Vice utility quickly enough. I remember there was this one time when they sent a Yoru clone and that baited out the wall, which was good enough, but they haven't attempted that ever since.
Yeah, I think they gotta be a little bit more careful about how they want to leverage their utility, like you were saying. And I think the biggest problem there, Chris, you touched upon a great point there, was about like that stagnation, right? They start aggressive, you know, they get a pick maybe, seem to just not be able to decide where they want to go, whether they want to continue aggressing, whether they want to rotate. And they have been so like slow on these rotates that even when, for example, I think it was in round 3 or round 4 or round 5 where we saw that everybody had rotated off their fake to that B side, RQ were giving them that respect, but G weren't able to capitalize. And by the time they rotated over towards that A side, it was the Jet really, you know, being able to have that impact splash just coming in and breaking G apart before they even have a chance to get the spike down. So I think they have to be a little bit more decisive about how they're playing.
A lot more decisive about how they're playing. We saw this lack of decisiveness haunt them in the split game against DRX as well. And in DRX, there was a point when the game just actually turned into a big cat and mouse chase. Every time G would push out, let's say out of A main, DRX would instantly take control of B heaven, B main, and they would try to race GE to the site. It felt like a chase. It felt like a Fast and Furious movie, minus the flying cars and a bald, ugly Vin Diesel. That similar setup is working for RRQ over here. Yeah, sure, they're not as fast as DRX, but if G is stagnating this hard, they don't need to be.
Hopefully, you know, talking about stagnation, this tech pause does end soon. We will face them, I'm sure. Yeah, every single time. It's like the curse, man. Whenever... All right, so we have an update. I think one of the players is working on, you know, resetting their power connection. So until that gets figured out, you get to look at our faces. Okay, I did not realize I was that close. I'm not wearing my glasses, so I've been meaning to. So anyway, going back and not giving people jump scares. There we go. Hello. Yes, that's much better.
Hello.
So far, it's been a very... Yes, Crips. Hello. Namaste. But yeah, we are going to have a little bit of a break here while we get those tech issues fixed. So in the meantime, we can talk a little bit more. 5 minutes, an update from production. Yeah, we can talk a little bit more about what we've seen from both of these teams. And I think that you made some great points. All right, surprise, it's not going to be 5 minutes. It's going to be like right now because apparently the player has reconnected.
Instant.
So we are heading back
Let's
into
go.
it. Let's go. We don't have to yap too much. We already have to yap a little bit, but we can postulate later and hope that GE is able to make something work in this eco round. I mean, they've had a couple of really interesting kills. I think Yubi with the Bucky in particular has been great.
Yeah, Yui with the Bucky, he's been doing wonders, but then at the same time, you look at what Splash did in the last game with that Neon. I hope he's able to replicate that level of Bucky precisiveness and that level of Neon terror. Alright, 7-1.
Right.
Dimensional Drift available for Global Esports. That's a very early hot hands to deny them even the orb control. And all of them are now huddled up. Sky. Big flash connection, spots out majority of the GE players, and now the rotations are inbound.
A lot of damage being done. Either way, though, it's a Phoenix gonna be able to at least heal back up a little bit if they want to. But Sky opting to just play it slow, knowing that perhaps even at the low HP they can get a lurk up or at least get some info. And GE, they're willing to invest the dimensional drift here. Huge ultimate, gonna be able to find all of this info. Spots out. Sova sees the shock dart, time the utility, but I don't know if they spotted out the second player. Splash with the operator towards backside, still holding on strong. It's gonna be Bucky versus Shorty, and it's the Sheriff who will actually come out on top despite that Woody. We're able to reaggress along with Devotal, and they crunch G in between them. 3 players left alive, and RRQ find another round. It looked for a second like G, we're going to be able to find an opening with the rotation. It was just there in time.
And RRQ saw this coming a mile away. The moment the Dimensional Drift was popped, they knew that they have just 2, maybe 3 seconds to kill as many G players as possible before Envy jumps out of his ultimate and tries to play Spoil Sport. So Splash disrespects the fast lane, disrespects all the other utility, gets 2 massive kills with the op. And he's ready to intercept Envy the moment he pops out of his Dimensional Drift. He's got the the Shorty ready. Even the flash did not really save him from Woody as he was coming in a little late. Yeah, that was a very well orchestrated side hold from RRQ. It's almost like they knew what G is going to be doing. Ultra Instinct activated, and now that's the 8th for RRQ in a row. Not in a row, they've only won 4 in a row, but yeah, that's still enough to destroy G's economy. And as I say that, Yubi destroys Sky's head. Sky has been so impactful in holding that A main area. Now the G finally have control of A main without losing man advantage. They can actually make headway into Art. Maybe convert this into a mid plus A crunch.
Oh, Nat's able to win at that first roll, though. Duel, though, shuts down the lurk, and now going to be falling back to play Anchor. You can see that G considering rotating over, but they're a little bit too late. The party's already ended. Second player going to be spotted out here. They know that there's still heavy presence, and most likely Nats is going to be the one anchoring down on the side. We've seen the impact he can have before. This time around, the Risen puts a stop to it in its tracks. It is going to be a 3v4. Woody, though, comes, just peeks out through heaven. Not going to be able to die the plant, but at least finds a kill off the back of it. And now it's just UV. Once again, a 2v3 situation. Little boy on the lurk has to be able to find the timing and impact here, but they get spotted out. Now UV, a lot of the heavy lifting on his shoulders here. Little boy can only cause so much of a distraction and gonna be caught lacking right now. A 1v3. How much more can you really find? Unfortunately, nothing that UV can really do, and it's just another round for RRQ. 9-1 right now, and my god, it looks like they can just do no wrong.
Or more than them doing no wrong, is that G is falling victim to the same plot twist again and again. This is the second time that they've managed to get control of B-Link, and they couldn't get the plant down before the rotations from RRQ arrive. Yeah, sure, they got into the fridge corner, they started the plant, but by that time, the smokes from Kibo had already faded. Woody has a clear line of sight onto NB, and he doesn't even need to see the planter. He just kills Ryzen with a shock dart. So what G really need to do is get the plant down, get into the proper post-plant positions before the rotations from RRQ arrive, and that is just way too tall of an order for them to fulfill.
At this point, I don't even know if the damage is mitigatable. I mean, if they can get themselves down to a 9-3, there's a chance here. But again, it's going to be an eco round. And I think at this point, they keep trying to get that early pick, get that early kill, and try to go somewhere. But now, going for that direct side execute instead. Just going to be getting in off the back of the fast lane, but already there's a player tucked away into the corner. Nats able to find 2 before being shut down, and that is a trade that is not in GE's favor. We got Splash with the operator debating whether he wants to take the risk here. The knife to check the corner out, and GE, they get the spike down. 3v4, that smoke gonna let get a little bit deeper. Splash though with the shorty takes care of that and might even be able to find another one. It's all up to Risen. A 1v3, just no way to stop this retake. And how much more can Risen really do? He knows where both these players are. 2 bullets left in the gun. There's not much to do here, but the goal.
No way! No way!
That is insane! That is a hero at the time they needed it the most. Oh my god, what a clutch.
Was that a 1-bullet collateral? A collateral with the last damn bullet with the Vandal? Look at this, 2 bullets in the chamber.
Absolute
1 already
cinema.
spent. Oh my lord.
Cinema.
There's a reason the Sova wears a cape, my friends. He is a freaking superhero. Rising from the ashes, he stays true to his name and gets GE a much needed round win. Sheesh. That was exhilarating to watch. Yeah, sure, they're getting destroyed 9-2, but that is the kind of hero performance we needed from the Sova.
Seems like Splash took that one personally.
Yeah.
Huge kill there, but still, it's just going to be one player taking down the Killjoy, meaning that all of these lanes are now going to be open. No utility to watch that flank. Additional pressure being created between Devoto, Splash, and Woody. Splash going ballistic. The triple already, and just nothing to be done here. 10-2 at the half. You know, GE, they find 2 rounds, 1 off the back of Absolute Heroics. I think if we have a clip of the day, that might have to be the one there, Crips, if nothing else. But aside from that, right, RRQ, they look so strong in terms of this team synergy, right? The Sova ult to create the zoning pressure. You've got the Bladestorm just seeking out these kills like missiles, and the additional support as well from the Astra. There's just no way to get through it.
Exactly, and there's just so much that GE have to deal with. I mean, nobody even broke that recon. They couldn't break it, so UV tried to use the fast lane, hoping that nobody will get pinged. But the moment they got pinged, that massive Hunter's Fury was heading right towards them. So now they have to dodge the laser beams, they have to dodge Splash's blades, and at the same time somehow make sure that nobody climbs up on screens to take pot shots at them. It's just way too much pressure to deal with. RRQ being extremely proactive to stop GE in their tracks. But speaking of proactivity, here comes a massive fight, stun for a stun. It's Astra versus the Neon's Relay Bolt. And both the teams get away without a scratch. Nats tries to encroach in towards Art, only to be shut down by UV, and that's a much needed kill. And on the back of that kill, GE making their presence known towards mid, being extremely noisy with the reclear.
RRQ, on the other hand, just complete silence. They've cut noise. They want to see if GE are going to over-aggress from their boundaries, but GE now opting to fall back. They've cleared out mid. They know that nobody has been creeping in through there, and it's likely to be an execute on to this side. They have a lot of presence, and they're willing to take the fight, but RRQ winning out every single duel. Splash with 2, Sky with 1. The duel is just absolutely popping off here, and now Risen and left to once again be the hero along with Little Boy, and somehow they make it work. However, Sky looking really healthy in the 1v2, and look at this, Spike hasn't gone down, so GE actually opting to just go for that wraparound. They're just sticking together, they are holding hands, and they do not want to let Sky get a free kill. But look at this, Sky taps the Spike, actually going to be going over for a possible rotation, expects this reclear perhaps, and it's going to give him time to reposition and set up. Has no utility left, but does have a decent amount of HP. It's all up to Phoenix and how much they can achieve. I think that should be enough time for the recon to re-clear though, or like get back though. Ooh, fight being taken early here. Unfortunately, Sky not able to find the headshot. Does a lot of damage though, and just has to hit the shots here. No way to be able to win out this fight, and it's the wall bang to do in the final nail. Finally, GE, they are able to find a round win in I wouldn't say completely clean, but definitely a much cleaner way. Them going aggressive, them being able to Risen being able to again find those 2 kills there towards Arts. I think that was huge from here.
Yeah, Risen with his double kill really helped GE secure that round. And more than that, he was very smart with the spacing with Little Boy. Knowing that it's a 1v2, he expected Sky to come forward and pick up a fight on his own terms rather than waiting for the spike to be tapped and whatnot. So he paced himself really well, and Ryzen is actually having a pretty good game. This entire day has been pretty nice for him because he was doing wonders on split. He's the only person on the team with double digits right now. Really just maintaining his composure. Ryzen has been one of those players who, you know, was one of the fresher players in the tryouts for GE Academy. And he's really proving his worth now. Splash, the spearhead of RRQ. Sharpening his blade, ready to pick up that fight. But Kipo, even though he's the most experienced player on the team, he's been struggling all day. So maybe this double door hold might just overwhelm him. At least he's got backup in form of the Killjoy coming towards him, but the Molly forces him out. The smoke is there, so as soon as Little Boy tries to peek out, people are ready to intercept him. That's a very good way to deal with this double door pressure. Ryzen once again gets a kill, falls back, knows he's being hunted down. The recon dot pings them both before it's finally destroyed. And now we fall into a limbo. RRQ have the connector control. They're smack in the center of the map, and they have a lot of options on their plate. Which one do they choose to exercise? Either way seems like a good option because as of now, GE have no trade potential. They're so far away from each other.
I think they're just focused on figuring out which side they're going to and hopefully going in for a retake together. UV, you got to be able to clear out mid. And I think if they can get that double door control as well, it's going to give them the cue that it's going to be this A execute coming in. They've got a smoke as well, but they should try and get the plants. They're also going to be the one to stick it through here. The spam, though, actually going to take out Woody, and now the recon trying to find that final shot. They've though, uses the smoke to stay alive. 1v2, knows where UV is, gets the headshot, but that Bulldog only going to do 115 there. 10 HP is all that UV needs to find that counter headshot with the Guardian, and with both players having minimal HP, GE, they managed to make their buy round work and carry forward this Bulldog as well as this Guardian.
But I would still say this is a good eco round from the side of RRQ. They got 3 kills.
Definitely.
Plant down. And, you know, they managed to get GE to drop some of their more expensive weapons. So, overall, I would say this is a win. Guardians, Outlaws. Oh, and it's in the hands of Envy rather than UV. All right, I guess we will expect him to take some off angle and maybe hopefully get an opening kill.
I like how RRQ
That being
have
said,
been prioritizing. Sorry, go on.
No, go ahead.
And I was just talking about how they've really prioritized getting this Phoenix out. I mean, in the first round, also Sky was able to get at least a double or a triple kill there, but the fact that they've been really just able to get the Phoenix ults online for if they need it, and now with that Outlaw being spotted out, gonna be able to take up connector control once again. I like how RRQ are prioritizing this, but GE, this is the kind of the advantage of having that Astra in your team comp, right? You're gonna be able to just hold space so effectively if people are rushing you.
Okay, so they take control of double doors. They use a control smoke to make sure that nobody from the link area can shoot them down. And then they use the arc rose to clear out connector. They don't spot anyone over there. So now they've planted these seeds of doubt in the minds of GE. They know for a fact that Art and Mid can be simultaneously under attack. They even commit Sky's ultimate for this one, but this is all just a ruse. The actual hit is coming towards B main, and Kibo can do nothing to stop it.
30 seconds left. Full control, including Heaven. I don't know if the Astra's gonna expect this. Flash has been impactful before it continues to be able to find the hole in the defenses here. And now Sky coming around for a long late lurk right now. Flank coming in. It's all a question of timing here. UV seems to expect Sky will still be watching this angle. It's the worst timing possible, and at least it's gonna be the reload giving Prison having to find a trade there, but it's all just a little bit too soon. A 2v4, that is what's left. Envy forced to go in for a reload. At least Little Boy able to find a couple or one kill, but Woody able to shut down both remaining players, and RRQ win their full by bringing themselves to 11 here. 2 rounds is all that stands between them and the grand final groups.
God damn. That timing was brutal. Look at that. UV expects Sky. Turns away the 1 second before he's about to peek. Oh, God. Oh, that's not just cinema. That's comedic timing at its best.
It's tragic.
Nice shot by Little Boy.
Very unlucky.
Yeah, very unlucky indeed. Now, unfortunately, GE have to deal with economic woes once again.
taking them out in that previous round. Oh, no. You cannot stun yourself like that. Yuvi, unfortunately, another case of comedic tragic timing, I would say, instead. Little boy at least able to find some redemption, avenge his teammate's tragic death there. But in the meantime, Splash has already taken up all of this control. 3 players are from GE towards the back of this site. As we see Sky looking to go forward, again flashing himself, letting Envy get a little bit of space, and this Hunter's Fury gonna clear out a little bit more with that kill too. 3 players left alive right now. It's gonna be the Blade Storm finally failing here from Splash, and all up to their bottle. 1v3, try and clutch out here. Able to get that first kill. Can they fall back though? That is the question. Not gonna be able to do so at Envy. Finds some vengeance for a fallen comrade. 5th round on the board for GE, and I think that was a round where they finally looked like they at least were able to handle things after this unfortunate moment. Like, sure, UV went down in a very awkward way, but I think Envy being able to kind of anchor down this backside, as well as everybody else staying alive on, without going down and being able to peak on timings, really just showed that GE were able to put this round together. They needed it the most.
Yeah, but that free smoke kill to Little Boy, that definitely was impactful. If it wasn't for that, then this whole outcome would have been very different. Of course, UV cannot afford to make mistakes like that again. That was an unforced mechanical error. Can't have that in a high-stakes game. Razor Vine over here to make sure that nobody can peek out in case RRQ decide to contest double doors. But that's giving GE the wrong idea. All of them are actually going for a contact play to its B main. Little Boy expects this. Lockdown put up. And that will be destroyed for free. Little Boy cannot contest this. In fact, Sky is going to force the issue by flashing himself again. 3rd time this game. But hey, that gives GE a lifeline.
3 players on the flank. I don't know if they're going to expect this here. Marshall from Nats gets at least info that 2 are coming out on their way. The stun actually connects here, and you do see 2 kills coming in from the Astra. Sky though finds the trades, and now it's Woody and Splash between them to get the final damage. For a second, it looked like GE were going to be able to find that crucial opening, but RRQ were just so quick to be able to back up their teammates there, and now they're going to be setting themselves up at match point. Look at this chart here, Cruz. I mean, Splash has 24 and 11. That's more than a 2 KDA at this point. He really wants that grand final. And I think it's while Risen, Lil Boy, both of them have been trying their hardest. Splash has just been that player to watch out for, like...
He absolutely
I mean,
has.
I want to see how many first kills he has after this game.
I'm sure it's over 7 at the minimum, and that's me being conservative. That's a big recon. Nobody breaks it. It's not just Splash's Vandal, but they also now have to be wary of Woody's Hunter's Fury. That's so much control garnered by RRQ.
Nice shot.
Run it back, committed just for good measure. But Envy, look at what he's trying to do. He's trying to camp the space where he will spawn again. And Envy gets the better of Sky. Dips back to safety. That's cold-blooded murder. Stolen right from underneath their noses. They cannot protect Sky. But this Cosmic Divide, that's bound to make things difficult. There's only going to be 1 player on the side from the side of RRQ, and that is the Astra. Templeton forces the issue, goes ahead to fight Little Boy. Loses that fight. But how will you defuse the spike now? Cosmic Divide still gonna be up, but they will try to come out, and they both peek at the same time! It's not to win their fights! Down to a 1v1, and Woody clutches it out! A triple from Woody to shut things down. He faced a lot of issues when he was fighting DRX. Woody was having a terrible game against them, but he rises from the ashes to put down GE Academy.
My God, what a round that was. I think that Recon was just playing distraction there, and the positioning here, it wasn't a 2v4 that RRQ were taking at this point. It was a 2v2, and I think that both Nats and Woody were able to just pop off and find the clutch there. I mean, we did see some moments from GE where they looked like they had a chance. They were really, GE fighting at that junction, but overall RRQ, they just looked so confident here, especially with Splash, having the kind of game that he was kind of having. I think we'll be having that scorecard coming up very soon, so we can take a look at the exact statistics here, but overall, Crips, it just felt like in that first half, right, we were talking about how mid control was such a difficult thing for GE to find, and you only saw a few attacking grounds coming out of RRQ, but you saw how they were able to kind of excel at it. The same issue that GE struggled so much with. 8 first bloods, by the way.
8 first bloods. Yeah, I was close. I said 7, so close enough. My point
Perfect.
being, Flash is an absolute monster. This team, RRQ Academy, that's too small for him. I expect him to be in the Tier 1 league next season. I mean, if it isn't in the RRQ main roster, somebody or the other will definitely buy him out, and he deserves to be in Tier 1. That being said, though, Kipo has not been having a good day. Envy performed well enough in Split, but I don't know what happened to him in this particular game. Sure, he tried to go for a lot of those Yoru maneuvers, sometimes jumping the gun a little too early, but UV has been out of it as well. I mean, maybe it's the fact that they're playing at 70 ping. Maybe it's just a bad day for them. I can't exactly find the reason why they're not able to hit their shots, but the mechanical difference between GE Academy as well as the 2 other teams, it's very, very apparent. On the macro level, at least, GE seem to have the right idea, but because they can't win out their fights, that's why they can't pick up their pace, and those micro actions are affecting their macro as well. It's a domino effect overall.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. That domino effect, that's a really good way to say it, because, you know, you start by, even if you're winning out your fights, you don't have the map control, and then you start like getting more perhaps stressed. You're not having a good day. You're like, you know, you feel pressured to be able to win, and, you know, it's unfortunate that GE fell prey to that pressure today. I think that they looked a little bit better in that first game against DRX. Sure, it was also DRX who looked a bit dominant, but I think instead of, you know, being negative about it and, you know, just insulting players, we could try to sort of understand that, okay, this is the level that you need to get to. So instead of it, you do need to look at criticism. You do need to understand what you're doing wrong, but it's better to look at it from a point where, okay, these are the things that we're lacking in, and look at it with open eyes. And I think that today, at least, both RRQ and DRX have really kind of showed us what the other side of what things look like on the other side of the Indian Ocean, how teams play in SEA, and the kind of standard that you're going to expect if an India team actually wants to go to Ascension and win it someday.
Yeah, and that's the goal overall. I mean, GE Academy have a long road ahead of them. Very soon, VCL South Asia will also begin. And sure, perhaps the caliber of teams over there is not going to be as dangerous as the teams they face today, but that doesn't mean that they shouldn't be prepared for bigger and badder opponents. GE Academy has scrimmed against DRX Academy several times in the past, and they've had their asses kicked, but this was the first time they faced RRQ, and even though they seemed to be in control, at least for the first few rounds, it kind of all went downhill after GE couldn't figure out the win condition and after RRQ stalled them out long enough. The mid-rounding is still a problem, but luckily, all those problems are out in the open today, so they can at least fix them. Now that GE Academy is aware about what's wrong, they have something to work with. And this was a nice wake-up call for the team. Hopefully, they'll improve, fix these mistakes, and by the time VCL South Asia comes around, they'll be ready. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to take a tiny break before we head into the grand finals. It's a best of 3 between RRQ Academy and DRX Academy. So, yeah, that's going to be a banger. Stick around for that one, friends.
Yeah, I'm really excited to watch it.
Okay, I think I just lost Zach over there. Frozen in time. Maybe someone cast a spell on her, but we'll break that spell and rescue her, ladies and gentlemen. Soon enough, we'll be back with the grand finals. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after a short break. Well. Welcome back.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it is once again fight night, back to the final this time, and unfortunately, we've had to say goodbye to our very own Global Esports Academy, but they cannot have their head being put down, because they did play the first ever official game here. And honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I'm glad that they put in the effort to try and take out a lot of their strength to face off against teams like DRX and RRQ, who already have some pretty great players who can be in the VCT. And soon, hopefully, even these players will reach that level. The problem here, and the tricks and tips that they need to focus upon, will be solved hopefully in the upcoming few months, because this is a longevity program for them. It's not something that they're gonna give up in the next 3 or 4 months. They're gonna be here for the next year at least to try and make it up. But having said that, Crips, we have our finalists, RRQ and DRX, going up against each other once again. Is it going to be the same story as the previous map?
I really hope not, because we definitely got the Splash show, and while I love watching him wreak havoc on the server, I would also like some of the other RRQ members to step up. While GE Academy did not really provide much of a resistance to them, DRX will definitely punish every single little mistake that RRQ made, and there were quite a few of them on Pearl as well. Plenty of them on Lotus. The over-aggressiveness, the eagerness that Splash has, it was palpable, but it's not enough. And DRX have a lot of protocols, which you can see in the pace at their rotation. You can see how quickly they make their decisions. And it really just shows that they are drilled in a much tougher, much more exuberant environment, which prepares them for every possible threat.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've been pretty, smart about how they let their teammates take a fight as well. DRX don't let anybody go on by themselves. Nobody really is playing for, okay, you know what? I'm just going to take one single peek. No, it's discipline that is gotten them this far. It's discipline that's going to take them further as well. But for now, RRQ right now on the, tail end of the spoon, because they have to try and lift it up and feed themselves a little bit of power here, because it's not going to be enough. DRX are a pretty heavy team right now, and they are at the, honestly, RRQ are at the mercy of DRX's momentum, because if RRQ are not able to, I would say, at least build up a first half of being 8-4 minimum, or maybe 7-5, I don't see them kind of taking out anything more here, because DRX, with the way that the entire team kind of forms around themselves, is really good. And especially the scoreboard itself, right, that was there for the previous game, kind of shows it all. Splash up on top, then 5 players of DRX, and then the remaining 4 of RRQ.
And then the rest of RRQ. Yeah, that's a massive amount of kill disparity to have. Like, sure, sometimes you can read what DRX is doing on the macro level, but if you can't hit your shots, all of those reads, all of that preparation, it's really not going to bear much fruit. So that being said, at this point, I think it's very safe to reduce this entire difference down to just mechanicals, mechanical supremacy. And I really hope that wasn't the case. I really hope that we could chalk it up to some sort of superior planning, superior mid-rounding. But unfortunately, that's just what it comes down to at this point. It's just mechanical difference. And I hope that gap can be covered. It can be bridged soon enough.
I think, you know what, given that they're kind of warming up now, RRQ, I think that maybe they'll be able to at least pull the score a little bit more closer compared to what it was just the previous map. So we're going to have the veto come up as well in just about a second to see what exactly is going to be DRX's pick. Are we going to see some repeat maps, or is this going to be completely brand new? We were lucky enough to witness 3 different maps on all 3 different games so far. And I'm pretty sure, of course, one map will repeat. I think DRX don't have a preference, but I think RRQ will. They will want one map that they believe is their strongest to be on this map pool, because otherwise, I don't think the confidence is going to be there too much in their favor. And there it is. The veto is going to be... Oh, wait, never mind. It's exactly the 3
all
maps
3 maps repeat.
Yeah, okay. Never mind, I guess.
Yeah, so Lotus turns out to be, the decider map. RRQ ends up picking up Pearl. Kind of makes sense. They just beat GE Academy quite convincingly on this one. DRX, they're going to go ahead with Split once again. my God, they were really fast on split. Like, they were basically surrounding GE Academy so quickly they had no room to move forward or back. They were just kind of stuck over there. And the way DRX wrap around on split is really fast, especially now that they're starting on attacking side. But first, we're going to be starting on a neutral map of Lotus. Not so neutral for RRQ because they already were beaten on this map by DRX before. So it's essentially a rematch.
Yeah, it is gonna. I honestly thought maybe we would see a fracture or a bind, you know. But
I was hoping to see a bind.
I too was kind of hoping we would see something other than these three, but somehow we've repeated all three maps, and we're gonna get into it, ladies and gentlemen. The teams are ready, and we are too. We're gonna be heading into the game, the final of the fight night, first of many to come, of course, as we head into Pearl, which of course is RRQ's pick. They're going to continue on with the same set of agents, it seems. Sky still hovering over that Phoenix. Let's see what exactly is going to be DRX's comp in this one. They do have the Astra already locked in. Young's gone for the Astra instead of the Omen this time. And Flicker is still in love with that Tejo.
Okay. That Tejo... I think this is too big of a map for Theo to be that effective, but as long as there's a Vice on RRQ, it doesn't really matter all that much. Yeah, GE picked up a Killjoy, right? And this Theo would have been a menace to Killjoy. It can destroy all the utilities so easily. But RRQ, they're going to run it back again on this map. This time I hope Sky doesn't team flash himself or self-flash himself as much. Splash, of course, has been looking phenomenal. Tebathol was absolutely crucial in holding on to that beast site, anchoring it really well. And Woody was just rotating really well all around the map. Whenever G Academy got stuck, he was there to make sure that they can't even fall back. And he was just enabling the rotations for RRQ really well. DRX, on the other hand, while we haven't seen them all Pearl, we know for a fact that they're a damn good team. And instead of going for any scanning initiators like a Sova or even a Fade for that matter, they go for the brute force initiators. You've got the KO flashes on Ethan. Flicker is going to make some of these spots unplayable. I'm guessing it's going to be very difficult for them to hold on to B-Link and back of B-Hall, especially now that the guided salvo can just flush you out so easily from that area. So, yeah, I really hope that RRQ comes prepared for this one.
Yeah, it is going to be a difficult game, especially given that they're going to be playing double duelist as well, right? So they're gonna have to try and play this out quickly. It's not gonna be as smooth flowing as it was against Global Esports, because this team is gonna make you work for your map control. They're gonna try and poke you in different angles, especially that mid region. I feel like with the Tejo, you've got so much control that you can take with the guided salvo, because both mid and B and towards the link side, if you're able to take it out, instantly you're going to be able to push up mid, smoke off top of mid, and then you can have control instantly. So much you can do with this agent, of course, and not to mention that you've got the KO flashes flying on behind that as well, right? So that is also there. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, this is a small little tech pause that has making us have a small little wait. And I think we'll be... Never mind. We're just waiting for the players to get connected. You can see Woody, unfortunately, has DC'd. And for those of you who've just joined us, it is, of course, the grand final of the Fight Night, Global Esports. And this is RRQ playing up against DRX. First map is going to be Pearl. Second map, we have, of course, Split. And the final map decider, if at all we go to it, going to be Lotus.
Yeah, we've seen all three of these maps before, and all three of these teams have been pretty good on these maps. We already know what RRQ Academy can perform on Pearl. Their holes were pretty good. What do DRX bring to the table, though? With the Theo and the KO, I think their execution power is going to be through the bloody roof. But will they be able to bait out all the RRQ utility to make sure that theirs is effective? We don't really know that for sure, because RRQ, while we know for a fact that their pace is good enough, DRX were even faster. At least they were in their game against GE Academy. Even when they faced RRQ on Lotus, we saw that only Splash was quite effective. But yeah, this is not a best of one. This is a best of three, and Lotus is down towards the end. So if at all it goes to the third map, that rematch is going to be spicy.
Absolutely. And you know, if you had to, if I'm gonna just bring up a little bit of trivia about these DRX players, right? Young, who is right now, who did play amazingly in the last 2 games, he's the most recent addition into this team. He actually joined this
Absolutely
month.
amazing.
He came in
What?
this month, February of 2020. Yeah. He just came in this month, and he's a part of the DRX Academy, and he's already up to flying colors.
Yeah, he was looking like an absolute Giga Chad on Split. He was making life a living hell for the G Academy players because he wasn't just lurking up late and holding rotations for G Academy. He was also able to win so many fights by just dry peeking. No util required, no backup required. That's an amazing quality to have. If you can secure that much for your team all by yourself, it just spells wonders for you. But look at this one, DRX. They're already holding towards B, ready to make sure that Sky goes down as he pushes in towards Market, while the rest of his team is already stuck into the A site.
Yeah, Captain heard that, and he's gonna go back, but Nat was already inside the trades there. Sacrifice gonna be able to make good use of his positioning. They're gonna get the plant down now finally, but Splash is up close and personal. He's got one little smoke to work with. Flicker, been caught out. The timing's perfect, but once again, it's gonna be sacrificed with the trade. Tipital will get one back, and now it's all on him in a 1v2. And he's got an Astra to be afraid of because there are stars on the map, and they're gonna deny you from making these defuses work. Pole's been put out, and he's actually got a safe spot here. He could end up sticking this. One bullet does not even get it to half. I thought he would. No, he actually gets it to half. Never mind, but he gets the first. Needs another. Young gonna play it a little bit safer. Swings out wide. Try to play in time. Now he's gonna play on Tabletop's tap, and he's gonna stick the defuse, and he does. Tabletop wins it.
Oh, it works
in the very last second, millisecond almost.
Man, Young is not gonna be happy about this. He was on fire all throughout, and now for him to relinquish a round to shenanigans like this.
Look at how close that was. Oh, just about.
So, I think I know what happened over there. He ducked down. I think Young was aiming for his head, and Tabitol just ducks under, changing his head position. And it's already hard to shoot someone in the back because of the hitboxes. And that causes Young to miss just enough to let him defuse. Oh, that's gonna be infuriating. Tiny differences get them pistol. And I think this is the first round that DRX have dropped all... First pistol round that DRX have dropped all tournament.
Yeah, this is the first. Aggressive on B. Nat wants to pick the pie here, and he will find a little bit. Goes for a second. Nah, Nathan stops him. That's going to be him taken down. Bulldog, not retrievable at the moment, but they know that the Wise utility is no longer going to be stopping them or delaying them anymore on that B site. Woody's going to get one pick on towards mid as well. This is throwing DRX to a little bit more of a commitment on that B side because they've got no other option here. And Zinx following that line created by the opponent for them. Flash gets one. Classic will not do any more damage, but the Sheriff Roll from Zinx can't pick up a weapon here. It's already been gotten in the hands of Flicker, but he's not going to be able to do anything with it. RRQ stands strong. Find second round.
Working wonders over here. I almost thought for a second that B-Link control that Zinc got them should let them at least get the spike plant. But RRQ had so many backup plants. Splash just staying alive and buying time for himself. Buying time for his teammates to rotate by just staying alive and exerting pressure. His presence alone made sure that RRQ couldn't tap the spike, that DRX couldn't tap the spike.
Yep, absolutely. Already seems like they're feeling pretty confident here, RRQ. Early information outside of A. Athen had to destroy that and give away a bit of positioning. And that's actually causing a bit of confidence boost for the duelists. Look at that. They're going to push up and re-clear A main. And they've got an outlaw, and that's going to call in the rotation towards B. It should be pretty clear by now that this is a B hit. But RRQ are taking a little bit of time. They're not too keen on completely solidifying this B site yet because they had that sheer wall. Now it's disappeared. Now comes Sacrifice, and he's ready to find some sacrifices from RRQ, but it's going to be Flicker for the first pick.
RRQ lose Nats, but then they just give up the side. They're gonna rather go for a retake than try to win a battle which they don't have any util advantage in. One player in halls, that's gonna be the Jet from the side of DRX. Sacrifice will hold that area by himself. The rest of them fall back towards ramps. Yes, sure, Sacrifice can be isolated if any Astra smokes are used. Stuns up close, Recon reveals him, and the backhalls are clear. Now, they just have to worry about the front end, and that's ramps. That's the more difficult part. Ethan tanks a little bit of the molly damage, gets all three of them. It's just down to Sky. The gravity well being used keeps him away from the spike, and he's been put out of his misery. DRX convert the buy round.
Yeah, pretty simple, but that set play for the back of side clearance was really good from RRQ. I love the idea, the recon on one end to follow it up with the stun as well, and the close Phoenix wall, making sure that he knows that there's going to be a flash coming from the other side. There's nothing he could do there, Sacrifice, but his death did not go in vain. His teammates were able to capitalize on it, and on the back of which, Athens now got the null command. And he could basically open up that A side because that's exactly where it seems like DRX's attention wants to be heading towards. Splash does take in a bit of control towards mid, but just a peeksy. The smoke's been dropped, but DRX don't really know about this yet. So they're just going to head into that A side, it seems, with this brute force. And Sacrifice begins it all up.
Sky holds his ground. Only good for one, though. Tried to be sneaky around the smoke. Drop Sacrifice down to 30 HP. So now he's going to be the one that leads the charge. Acting like a bodyguard for Ethan.
Spike planted.
But he can't really do much. The smoke fades away, and now he's ready. Spots out Sacrifice, but he does get him finally, only to be traded out instantly. Tebathol swings out of flaws. That's a wide one. He needs backup. He needs it now. Cypher has arrived on scene, but Zinx can't do much. He was bound to kill Tebathol, who was peeking in from the Flopod side. Unfortunately, he just loses the duel. Athen was doomed over there from the beginning. I mean, he had both the sides to check onto. So it really did come on to Zinc to just somehow get the round for them.
Yeah, I honestly thought DRX had this round. The minute they got the first trade, they got a little bit of control of backside. And Art as well was practically in their hands until, of course, that late lurk from Zinx came in. Unfortunately, positioning a little bit off there from the back lines where they went for fights that they didn't really need to. Gave up themselves in terms of numbers, and that's going to give RRQ number 3 here. And also, enabling Sky to find his ultimate, run it back available, and he's playing it pretty close and personal towards B doors in mid. Flicker's got most of A B long cleared. He also tagged up the Astra, who was on Heaven, by the way. Trades going on towards mid and A main. As, forgive me, B main and A main, both sides. As both teams have lost one player each.
But in a 4v4 situation like this, RRQ are forced to spread their defenses thin. Contact play by Flicker. It actually works. So ballsy. Disrespecting the Blaze. Ready to challenge Sky with that fight. Yeah, of course, the Judge wins up close. But now, Sky, having anchored himself towards Halls, knows for a fact that he's going to be challenged once again. So he puts down the molly to buy himself some more breathing room. Trying to escape. Luckily, Splash arrives to back him up from top, and now Young is trapped. The flash is perfect from Ethan. Helped him get one, but Splash will disrespect all of it. This guy's just an absolute monster. Playing so well around the counter utility. He dodges the flashes. He dodges all the smokes possible that were put down by Tebathol. And yeah, sure. Whatever Astra util is being dumped at him, it can delay him for a bit, but it won't stop the inevitable.
Yeah, DRX once again a little bit lost here about how they want to take their fights, because they had one player on towards the back of halls and the other one towards main. They could have just double swung out back towards the main side because Zinx was all by himself. He could have had support from his teammate there. Fortunately, it didn't work out. Calm's a bit of a miss there. And RRQ feeling the confidence just soaring up 4-1. Revenge seems to be on the cards tonight, as they just want to make sure that they give DRX the same medicine that was delivered to them. But Flicker absolutely demolishes Woody on towards A-Link.
Yeah, now you know why DRX, how what they have. Armageddon committed. close towards the right side, forcing out any players playing to a secret. Sky trying to re-clear Art, quite successful at it, but there's yet another player coming in from behind him. Nats is just trying to make sure that he can contain the breach, contain the avenue, but they just give up on planting on A. They run all the way into its secrets, and from there they're gonna go towards B. And they've left one more player to his right. Nats is never gonna check this.
No! Athen! Athen, no! No.
And even Nats is like looking at it.
He's just like,
Oh,
what
bro.
doing, bro? What doing? What are you doing?
Spelled with a K. What doing?
Yes, what doing? Exactly. How do you miss that? That is
straight. He might
It's
lose
alright,
this
it's
round, but
alright.
he's definitely rubbed salt into the wounds of his enemy.
It's all right. We don't judge by the worst mistakes of a person. That's okay. It's not even a mistake, honestly. It was just a moment.
Yeah, he ran out of bullets.
Just lapse. Yeah. It's all good, Athen. We're not gonna make any highlight reels of that. In fact, just for you, I'll ask the broadcast production members to just delete that off the WOD itself. You know, so that even your coach can't see it. Keep it clean. What happened in CT spawn? We have no idea.
Yeah. What stays in spawn? I mean, sorry, what happens in spawn stays in spawn.
Yep.
I mean, there's a comic book store right there, so you can't even, like, immortalize it or anything. Alright, 3 ultimates available for DRX, and those are some big ones. The null command will definitely make all the counter util from Splash and Sky, the double duelists, somewhat irrelevant since they can't really use their dives and their flashes. But to bring it down to an even playing field, RRQ have the Steel Garden. So while they're playing with pistols, they can force DRX to come down and meet them at the level.
Oh, Athen's still holding on to that A main side. But while he's trying to get that orb there and take up his ultimate count much further, Sky, he's unfortunately going to be losing out on a teammate on towards that B site. Splash is gone. And the couple of pistols that still stand on this B site are not strong enough to hold on to this cavalry that's being brought in by DRX Academy. For a spot, for a shot, first death. Tipital didn't even stand a chance. And Woody caught out the guided salvo, gonna force him out to peek, and Athen's gonna take him straight down to hell. 5v2. Nats has got a Vandal. He's got flashes as well to use. The Steel Garden, if he wants to go for it, if he's ready for it, but the flash comes his way, and Sacrifice is gonna deal him down. Last man standing, Sky.
Huh?
The flash. He missed the flash. He missed it. Yeah. It hit the box.
Yeah, but it unintentional.
Unintentional. Yeah, I know.
It's just so funny to see him play this Phoenix because, like,
no, production, no. What are we doing? No, this is okay. Never mind. I think they just want him to feel the burn.
You promised Athen that this section will be deleted off the VOD. What does production do? They play it on the replay in slow motion. Jesus, the salt just never ends over here, man. You'll need some vinegar to balance this dish out.
It's all right. Hey, I'm a part of Global Esports. I want him to feel the pain. Yeah, we lost to them. It's all right. Feel the pain, Athen.
So salty.
I know exactly where.
This fight's getting intense. Oh, he just walks out. Nat's trying to help his team win the fight, which was kind of going downhill on Art. And yeah, it's 1 minute 20, and almost all of RRQ is dead. Everyone basically died in like the first 10-20 seconds. So now Ethan's just standing here, toying with Tebatol, dancing around his gravity well.
Tebatol, you've got Flicker coming at you. All right, that's one. You got 3 more.
Yeah, he was just too loud.
Next. Yeah, he's gonna go in towards A main, try to take control. And with the amount of time that he's got left, he's gonna run all the way towards B main and then defuse the spike. That's exactly what's gonna happen.
Yes, sure. That's exactly what's gonna happen. Yes, Universe.
Yep.
Perfect prediction.
Yeah, absolutely.
In fact, that prediction was so on point. Literally nobody from RRQ is playing close to the spike. But they are trying to hunt him down, so they really want him to not carry this Phantom back into the next round.
Tevital walks slowly out of Athens' vision, and that's going to let him save a fan amount for the next round. But this little, maneuver of trying to kind of pace up the play here from DRX has awarded them 3 rounds in a row, and they've evened up the score here, 4-4. And a bunch of ultimates available on both sides, by the way. A little bit more stronger, in my opinion, for DRX, because they can clear out the site pretty easily with the No Command and the Armageddon. And it seems like they are pretty, attracted to using that on the A site, where actually RRQ are not too keen on defending because they want to take mid control. And this is going to be spotted by Zinx in a second. He tags up one. Here's multiple, but by the time they can do anything, here comes the Armageddon and Sacrifice behind it.
Oh, Armageddon with Secret. You've got the guidance salvo towards the dugout area, and somehow Tevital still finds a gap. Sky tries to peek out of the smoke, but that flash was not on point. Jumping Shorty in the face, clears out dugout once and for all. Unless Flash has something to say about it, he's gonna run into Flicker, but Ethan had his crosshair position doomed. Oh my god, just a good old bait and switch. But wait, RRQ might just convert this yet. 2v3. They're aware that Young can come in from behind, and yeah, no, Woody just got the best case of timing possible. That's yet another round for DRX. Now getting up to 3 in a row? 4 in a row? How many?
4.
I'm kind of losing count over here.
Yeah,
now
it's 4 in a row now. Yeah, and they've gotten, I think, a pretty good idea about how to approach this RQ side. They're not really selling fakes anymore. They're just kind of brute forcing their way. They're just taking slow measures before they burst out. So it's going to be a lot of contact player from DRX. And it seems like this time they want to travel with that contact play towards mid link. A lot of pings being put down. They're going to walk again. Now Splash has an off, by the way, and he's cleared out the B main completely. That smoke did nothing for DRX. It's going to call out the Wise to start rotating on towards mid link, and he's got his eyes trained there. But is he going to be ready for the fight? It's a question. Sky, up close and personal. He's not going to check this left corner, is he? No, he's not. You're a coach. You got to check these corners, Sky. Come on.
No, but this is a bit of conditioning coming into play over here. See, Sky has been contesting A main very heavily right at the start of the round since the last game. He did this against GE as well. So the one time he decides to peek it a little late, DRX capture the space and they catch him off guard.
You are divided.
Yeah, one time you change up and you already lose your coach. 0 Point doesn't really do all that much. Tevital stands his ground ahead of the Cosmic Divide. That was a massive peek. Somehow he doesn't die to the gunshots, he dies to the guided salvo. So that kind of tells you that DRX knows so much about RRQ's tendencies. They know that somebody or the other will at least try to play on the edge of the Cosmic Divide, hoping to get a pick or something. And they put the guided salvo right behind that wall. So that really tells you that DRX isn't just taking this as it comes, they are somewhat anticipating what RRQ will be up to. The reads are just so good. And this is proof that DRX are a far more advanced team because protocols cannot do this. This is on-the-fly countering, and these are calls that your IGL is coming up with in the heat of the moment.
Yep, absolutely. They've been on a roll and they're continuing. Not going to pick up the op. Don't really need it, of course. Sacrifice is just better while just dashing in, even though he's not had much of an impact in terms of frags. The space that he's been creating constantly for his team to pour in. The 2 seconds that he's staying alive in that smoke
it's so
of his
big.
own. Yeah, because the 2 seconds he's alive, nobody's actually firing at him, right, to try and spam him down. They're waiting to get a clear line of sight. By the time they can do that, either Athens come in or you've had somebody else come in and try and trade him off instantly at the same time, or Sacrifice get to himself. And like that right there.
That's a pre-fire spam onto Splash. He didn't even see Splash. Oh god, he's pre-firing literally every single corner and he's getting the kills as well. That's getting something going his way, but the odds are just too heavily stacked against him. In fact, they're in no hurry to plant the spike. They let Flicker walk all the way back, get the orb, and now he's gonna plant the spike, which will give him the Armageddon.
Spike planted. My ultimate is ready.
DRX in great control right now, and Tevital is just looking for a little bit of monetary value being dropped from DRX. You know, drop their Share price down. Make them feel a little bit of heat. Nats holding on towards that mid door. Maybe somebody pops in to try and clear off that corner. Maybe DRX gets a little bit, you know, free about getting these exit frags, not letting them save a single weapon. But no, once again, it is that discipline of this team that keeps them alive. And as I say that, Sacrifice gives up his life. All right, fair enough. I should just not open my mouth.
Yeah. You're a jinx, as a certain redhead character from Arcane would say. Which will then result in the fall of Piltover. Okay, I'm getting sidetracked over here. Last round of the first half, ladies and gentlemen. And surprisingly, Splash has been relatively silent. He's the big gun for his team. He's the spearhead, and this spear is looking kind of blunt today. Hopefully an AWP in his hands will change that.
I mean, he did have an op in the previous round as well. Not the previous one, the one before that, where he kind of had to, you know, give it up in the exit frags. He's not been able to do much with it. This time, Sky wants to control, flashes out the camera, will take it out. But that doesn't shy Jinx away from this area. Splash finally makes an operator sing, and Jinx needs a trade here. He might be able to find it, and he will. That drone's gonna do nothing either. Woody would have rather helped his teammate out than send out the drone there, and Jinx is already spotted out. So what is he looking at? I'm not sure why he's looking straight at the box there. Should have expected one to be on the other side at least. Oh, the better angle, and that's gonna throw once again RRQ in a 4v2. They have 2 ultimates, but what good are they gonna be of if you can't even get one more kill? Because if they only are in the 3v2, I feel like they're gonna be able to use that Cosmic Divide and Steel Guard, and otherwise there's always going to be somebody to take it out, and that makes it a touch easier for Tebetol, but he's unfortunately going to go down to Zinx, and that's going to be 8-4. By the way, this is the exact same scoreline I said that RRQ need to have, and I was believing in it as long as they were 4-1 up, and then they lost 7 in a row.
Yeah, those were such brutal 7 rounds. And not once have they lost in the same manner, you know? Always there's something or the other. Sometimes it's a guided salvo on the back of a Cosmic Divide combination. Sometimes it's a late lurk in towards Art. Sometimes it's an early push in towards Art, which nets you 3 kills, and then the round is opened up, so you can do whatever you want. It's just a variety of executes and plays that DRX have is insane. Like, their playbook has so many pages.
Yeah, and it seems like they're going to try and open one of the pages towards A main, but RRQ themselves going aggressive. They've been spotted out here. Splash will get one at least for his troubles, but it's still isolated. They need to take him out, and they will get away from there. No, Sky says absolutely not. Flicker trying to get a trade back. Not going to find anything. Sharknad's going to dodge him, but the bullets won't. And RRQ's brute forcing into that A side seems to have worked out of the back of just one thing. Splash taking that aggressive dash and making sure that DRX don't find A main control for free.
Yeah, but even then, him dashing in alone was a bit risky. Like, imagine if he died. That would have instantly collapsed RRQ's entire push.
Yep.
You know where he is.
It was a risky play, but it worked out.
It was a very risky play. I mean, if he had like a shed or something, he probably could have gotten another one over there, because the recon dot pinged all the members of DRX, and then he could have spammed them through the wood box. Again, those are just ifs and buts. For now, it's Splash kicking their butts. Nice control of A main. Good follow-up by Sky as well. His flashes haven't really been on point, and in the previous game of Pearl, he was really dominant on A main. He was almost always winning his fight in that area. Didn't really have the same fate in the first half. At least he managed to bring it back in the second half pistol round. And just like that, RRQ have won both the pistol rounds this game.
Here.
Yeah. And they will seemingly follow it up in this one as well. But DRX have got a stack here. Everybody's rotating in. They already had 3. They're going to have 2 more join them. And it's a 5v5 all-out battle now. 1 is all they need. Flicker gets that. And trades come in. But Athens still gets 1 more. There they go. DRX once again with absolute chaos. What just happened? RRQ. You're heading in straight through a smoke without any sort of a plan. 1 by 1, everybody just keeps walking out. You have no real plan there. The one flash that you can exploit with is Sky's flash. and by Sky I mean the Phoenix. And he throws in a flash, but only one player goes out behind him. Both of them lose their lives, and then there's a counter flash from Athen, and then they're all blind again.
Yeah, I mean, they used Nat's flash as well. They used the Arc Rose, but it didn't really do much.
Yeah, it didn't. Exactly. That's exactly why I didn't mention it all.
Yeah. Oh, like, yeah, DRX is disrespecting the utility of RRQ. And in a way, RRQ also disrespected that smoke, and it, you know, resulted in them losing the round. But when DRX does it, when DRX disrespected the utility, they win. So it's kind of like double standards over here. But DRX, having lost their jet, now have to work on this A side by themselves. Flicker trying to keep himself alive, hoping to dip into the smoke, but Splash was fast enough not to let him do that. Woody going all the way into its connector, catches Yong off guard. That's a big pick. Yong's util would have been crucial in clearing out some of these one-and-done angles, but now they have to dip into the smoke by themselves. Sky gets the trade once again. It's all down to Ethan. He knows where Sky and the jet is, but yeah, now the Sova has revealed himself as well. So yeah, sure, Ethan has all the info. But what does he do with it?
We're about to find out. 1v3, gets the first. He has got a knife to kind of isolate one of the players from the utility, but Sky just swings up wide and takes him down. Athen's gonna have to concede round number 6 here to RRQ, as they trade one round for one in the last 3. Is it DRX's turn again? They don't have a full-on buy here, but they've not needed it in the previous round, it seems. No, never mind. They're gonna have a full buy, except for a sacrifice. He's got a Bucky in his hands. And Zinx.
Where does he employ this?
Never mind. He's gonna turn into a judge. He's gotten control of art, it seems. He's gonna keep control of art. Athen.
Yeah.
Spam bullets. Not gonna give too much here. Damn, in terms of damage. Knife is great though. Stops 3 players instantly from coming. Yep.
Flicker trying to get a cheeky angle on top of the Nebula curvature. But they fed all the ultimate orbs to Sky, and now he's gonna run it back. Luckily, there's no Yoru, so he won't be camped out when he comes back from his run it back, like last game. But yeah, they've got bigger problems to deal with. Meanwhile, you've got the Vice trying to solo look in towards B-Link. And guess who's waiting for him?
That is a crazy camera. I really like that.
Yeah. Sure, the camera gets broken, but now you've repelled away Nats from that area. And you don't see them coming in towards double door anymore. It's an art plus a crunch. Sacrifice up close. Deny Sky his ultimate. And even though that blaze has been put down just to make sure they can flood into the side, they have absolutely nothing whatsoever. They spelled so much util. They've spent their ultimate over here, and they still get nothing. So now they have no choice but to run it back towards the B side. Now it's a race.
Sky!
Long in a late lurk, once again catching Sky off guard. These late lurks have been so crucial from this guy.
They've been incredible indeed. RRQ will get a trade back. Woody, he's gonna have to try and stick that plant, but no, he's not being allowed to. Woody goes back for it, and there comes Zinx to drop him. There's nothing they could do. It's a cat and mouse chase here. One place to another. Where indeed do you plant that spike? The answer is in the afterlife, as told by the Tejo and the Cyclone. Nothing you could. That was really well done. But my biggest worry there, you know, art control has gone away from you. Sky, what on earth are you doing with a knife in your hand in mid?
No, but they didn't expect Yong to still stick around over there. They cleared it up and they were like, yeah, sure, it won't take them, you know, this long. They really thought that DRX wouldn't re-clear that early, and they're like, yeah, sure, we just gave it up, right? There's no way they come and capture us. Good setup towards B-Link, but Ethan still comes out on top. That's just surprising. Gravity Belt Molly to clear out all the possible close angles, and somehow Ethan still gets a kill. Now that's a win in my books. At the same time, you've sent the Theo drone to re-clear a main. You spotted the Sova. Oh no, now this is a bit of an overextension.
Didn't really need it.
Wait.
Young. Okay, he's gonna go straight through. And he gets his one down.
Can't use that yet.
That's just ballsy. That's insane. Yeah, all of those stars, they won't let him get the kill, but at least for the first time in a very long time, RRQ get the spike down. After dodging all the counter util, after dodging all the late lurks and the Theo util as well, they somehow managed to get the spike down. And this is a good position for Splash to be in.
Oh wait, there's an Armageddon here. Never mind, Flicker doesn't even need it. I thought he's gonna use that to clear off the backside, but he doesn't need it. And now it goes. Clears the backside. Splash in a good position, honestly. He can actually win this round. 2v1 duel, but they don't check Heaven, do they? No, they don't. But the plan is not exactly in his favor. Now they know where he is. Double swing out. They heard him drop down. And Splash just not having the positioning to win this round. Could have waited for a second more. Maybe he would have found the kill on the Flicker and caused a bit of nervousness in Sacrifice's mind. But nope. DRX just making sure that the objective is always to make the safest way to win the round, not the riskiest. And I actually thought first Flicker is just gonna throw in Armageddon from the back side and then allow his Jet to take the fight if in case somebody decides to pop out, of course, to save themselves.
But that wasn't needed.
He just kind of, yeah, he won the fight himself.
Yeah. Also, hands down, Yong made the ballsiest possible move over there. Walking right through Razorvine, no supportive util, no backup flashes, no trade potential. Still goes in and gets the spike down. Like,
Not ready yet.
that's not even a hero move right there. That's an ego move. And you still make it work. 0 Point detects quite a lot of these players, but they still decide to go into it, the A side nonetheless. Flash up top, gets the kill onto the Cypher. And now Flicker, somehow, after dodging all of that util, stays surviving long enough to kill Sky. But will eventually be cleared out. So I guess not everyone can play through the util and make ballsy moves like Yong can.
Spike planted.
Sacrifice. He's going to be spotted out here. That drone's going to check him out. But in the meantime, his teammate's going to take out Tevital. Art control has been taken in, but Athens just going to rotate away and try to maybe find some exit frags towards main. RRQ is still busy firing through that smoke. And now that's faded away, maybe the flank's going to be given a bit of a heat too. No, the Y is still turned up towards that main side. Nats is just going to get into the side. And he's finally going to be caught. One exit frag for his troubles. Athens going to find, as he will have to save his Vandal, as the remaining two players of RRQ do too. 6 will now become 7, as DRX will continue to stick on 11.
11-7 looks like all the economic disadvantage that RRQ had at one point has been nullified, and they can at least put up a fair fight now.
This goes here.
Yeah, I really like this camera, man. It's been working so well for Zinc.
Yes, this should do.
Yeah, the value in terms of information that has been providing on both towards the B main and towards the Link side has been great. And he's going to be holding on to that B side pretty convincingly thanks to just that camera. And that's so much value. But RRQ don't want to be seen by any camera. They're going to head into that A side, where right now there's an operator waiting for them in the hands of Sacrifice. One flash could deny it all, and it doesn't. He misses the shot as well. And DRX have to be forced back because the Steel Garden coming their way.
Yeah, I mean, they saw it coming. Two of them still lose their weapons. The Theo and the Asha can't do much, but Sacrifice is very sharp, very quick. Gets rid of Nats. No more Razorvine, no more Shear to deny any space. Null Command also activated, so Tepital has nothing but his guns to fight with. He wins the fight against Flicker, but Yong, yeah, that judge is really going to punish you. A double peek ready up close. Sky finally, a little late to the party, but gets the shots rolling, gets the ball rolling as well. Unfortunately, Woody's head will roll off his shoulders, and that shot is incredible from Zinx. DRX saw that coming a mile away.
Yeah, they seem to be completely prepared for it. You know, it was just ready. They made sure that they had art control first. Didn't give up any part of that. Expected maybe a flank to come in there, but no. RRQ just wanted to move all the way into towards that spawn area. gets secret control. Unfortunately for them, Sacrifice's first miss of that op was nowhere near what was going to happen in the second and third shot. That flick on, I'm not quite sure who he hit there. I think it was Nats. Absolutely maniacal. That ball was so far away. Almost broke the wrist there.
Sky, he's had that run it back in his pocket for quite some time now. It's about time he uses it for good. Once again, early guided salvo to deny aim in control, but yeah, RRQ to just respect that and run through it. Splash can of course dash right through it, but Sky, he doesn't mind tanking a little bit of damage because the run it back was
You are divided.
It's the exact
same
thing
spot.
again.
That
And he
judge
gets
has been
extra
posted there last time as
value.
well. What?
Yo, what?
Okay, now that's clip material right there. Hit it! I want a replay of that. They just line up!
Wow.
They just line up for him, man.
Wow. That is incredible. They knew that the minute that, you know, they realized, okay, you know what? It's the last round. We're going to have to use that run it back as soon as possible. The minute they tried that, it all went according to plan. DRX sat there with a judge once again, and they just played it to perfection. Young sprays down 4 like nobody's looking at him for some reason. Nobody wants to even look at that general direction because they thought, okay, you know what? It's smoked off. Yeah, we're completely fine. It's a bulletproof
Yeah,
smoke.
surely nobody will disrespect the smoke and play ahead of it. Oh,
yeah, and with that, oh boy, with that, ladies and gentlemen, DRX win the first map. Of course, this was RRQ's pick, but seemingly DRX had a complete control of it since round number 5, and they've just gone all the way through towards 7-13. A victory that they will completely relish in because most of their players, almost all of their players, had great moments individually as well as a team, right? The reads are perfect. Everybody's got a montage clip to post upon their, you know, Twitter and Instagram. And on top of that, you also get to say, this is a team play, how we did this or that, everything. You know, the coach is going to be happy, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, DRX just schooling RRQ over here. What's funny is that every single time Sky uses the run it back, there's a judge waiting for him in the exact same spot. It's weird that it happened twice, but every single time he used the run it back, there's a judge on the right-hand side of that nebula, and every single time he fails to check it.
Yeah,
yes, of course, there were times when...
Yeah, go on. Sorry, forgive me. Go on.
There were times when Splash just, you know, puts on that hero cape and comes into the rescue. His solo antics were able to save the round for RRQ. But believe it or not, we've seen some incredible collaterals on Pearl today. First, it was the GE Academy 1 bullet 2 kill flick. And now it was this massive spray down from Yong. Pearl has given us some absolutely killer moments today.
Yeah, you know what? I have to say that Sky, I'm not quite sure why the second time even he went through that smoke with the run it back doesn't at all check that right side, because it's so prone for somebody to be sitting there when you know there's a run it back, because it's the easiest place to just have anybody, not just with a judge, even though if it's a Vandal, it's such an easy place to just kind of position yourself to take out all the attention from the run it back or just outright kill that ultimate, right? And even though Splash came in, like you said, he was a hero for a couple of rounds. Even though he came in through with that smoke of his and popped out of it, the trade just couldn't come in. He was a little too late because Sky was with his back turned towards the shotgun. And by the time that smoke dissipated away, Splash was just waiting inside of it, not coming out to kind of try and get that kill. The whole point of Splash getting into that smoke is that the minute he hears that first burst of bullets, he needs to swing out of that smoke and take that fight straight up.
It's a series of tragedies happening back to back for RRQ. And there have been times when RRQ was able to neutralize the man advantage. You know, there have been times where they were able to get picks which they had no business getting. But even after that, they just failed to convert this. I mean, Sky towards A-Main, he's been playing aggressively on the defense every single time, but the one time he doesn't go for the aggressive play, he gets punished for it by not checking angles. Splash, of course, was all over the place. that op of his was paying off dividends in spots where it's not supposed to. Instead of holding the B long angles with the op, he was in flanking positions as well. Sometimes he was playing towards art as well. So he's being very versatile about it. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to activate that win condition, which was so necessary for RRQ. And DRX just playing them like a fiddle, hitting them with so many different late reclears, so many different timings. And that really kept RRQ on their toes.
Yeah, but that versatility that you mentioned from Splash with his coming on the flank and whatever was because DRX were actually kind of out-reading where that operator would be, right? Because the minute they know that the operator might have been picked up, which, by the way, in the entire game was just twice, right? It was only twice. I feel like he could have done it a little bit more. I feel like the operator should have been prioritized more from the side of RRQ, especially on the defensive side, because they can set up. He's such a good aimer. And if you've got somebody who can basically get in and get out of situations, then you should be able to, push that forward more and more, make that your big win condition. Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, if that's going to be the case in this second map, or are we going to have to see the end of Fight Night right here, right now? DRX versus RRQ. Here comes Lotus, ladies and gentlemen. Forgive me, not Lotus. Here comes Split, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into it.
All right, so DRX won the map pick of RRQ. RRQ already beat Global Esports Academy on Pearl, and that was a pretty good win. That was a pretty convincing win. But this is a rematch, and DRX have already proven that they are amazing on Split. They've already defeated RRQ once. I don't know if it will be any easier to beat them again, but RRQ is considering some roster changes. Arena and Sage? Am I?
Okay.
Did someone activate a time machine? Are we back in 2022?
21 even.
21 actually, yeah, not even 22.
No, it's 25. It's 25. You got Tejo in there, so it's 25.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Okay, so the Sentinel is going to be just a Sage. All right.
Okay, then.
The first 4 agents I look at on that screen, I'm in 2021, and then there's suddenly a guy who's wearing, a set of golden, sunglasses, and I'm like, okay, we're still here. We're still here. Yeah.
Yeah. Nobody's inventing time machines just yet.
I'm still extremely concerned about what this agent pool is going to show us.
Yeah.
It has to be aggressive. It has to be map area gathering focused, because you need to keep control. We'll just jump into the game, man. Let's see what's gonna. You know what? I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just here to enjoy the game. Sky, go ahead, man. You were on the Phoenix. You're on the Rays now. I just want to see what you got. Go on. Surprises RRQ.
I mean, to be fair, RRQ has had some pretty intense roster changes so far. One of their best players has left the roster. And yeah, sure, Tebatol came in at the last moment, so they can't exactly get the amount of practice they need. But still, there's a certain level of seriousness that you have to adhere to, which just isn't visible. I mean, this wall, this is such classic old 2021 Valorant. Nats, nice right click. He tries to dip away after the first kill, but there's just way too much follow-up.
You see how quickly DRX understand that, okay, there's just a Sage. He's probably only going to have just a wall. We just run in through immediately after. And they do. The speed of DRX is going to be pretty high here. Flicker knows there's a flank here. The nade's going to just end up doing nothing. Young, flash is good. Goes straight through. Gets the one. Isolates the other. I'm not quite sure why Woody decided to just go back there, even though he was blinded. Could have just stuck right next to his team.
Yeah.
Clears out the smoke. Flash gets one, and that's going to be probably it for RRQ.
Yo.
Okay, DRX. All right. All right, one more. Nah, not one more. Athen, you pretty interesting man, interesting personality. Being on DRX, that's not what we see from DRX, man. Come on.
Yeah,
like
quite uncharacteristic.
I don't know why Nas just decided to run. He just took one burst, got a kill, and then like, okay, you know what? Maybe I don't have any more bullets. I'm just gonna run back. Why? Just why?
There's so many questions in my head, man. And I don't have answers to all of them. And it's not like the rhetorical questions. There are glaring question marks. But we'll just chalk it up to shenanigans. Pistol round shenanigans. Agent composition. You know, just a blast from the past. Some nostalgia to activate all of that feeling. And we'll just chalk it up to all of that, okay? We won't take... we won't read into this too seriously. And let's just continue on with the game where DRX have won the pistol round and they are looking to convert the next one cleanly. Could be a solid anti-ego considering RRQ are not really stacking anywhere, so the trade potential automatically reduced down to a sliver. Nice shot by Yong. Gets the kill onto Splash, and he was on B default. This attack side Marshall, not something you see very often, but it's a trade on A main. And that was the Cypher down, so they know for a fact that this is the look. The rest of the RRQ teammates must be towards B. And DRX, oh my lord, he's just getting every single kill with the Marshall. What on earth is this? He's making it look so easy.
Hold on. So we just saw Athen blind his own teammate who's holding a Marshall. The blinded teammate kills an unblinded opponent. And then he walks here to the side and gets another one with the Marshall. Okay, if I didn't know any better, DRX are trolling right now.
Why would you say something so brave but so controversial, which is also true at the same time?
let me put it this way. Yeah.
I mean, you're right. I agree with you.
No,
it's true.
No, listen. It's not exactly trolling here. I put it in the wrong term. This is called disciplined trolling, right? Where they're gonna keep doing what they want to do, but at the same time they have the discipline saying, okay, you know what, we're gonna also win the game. We're gonna troll, yes, we're gonna do absolutely stupid stuff, or we're gonna go for knife kills, but guys, do it within a boundary, okay? I feel like that's the DRX kind of, you know, the line that's drawn between the main team and academy team.
The only difference is the level of saltiness. Is there a gap in the wall? I think there's a tiny gap in the wall. No, not on the left side. But there's a good enough angle on top. And now everyone's just winning.
You know what? I'm just gonna, you know, wait. What was that? What was that? Yeah, that moment I forgot. We just had. Can we play that clip of Athen once again, production, please, from Pearl? You know, just because he went to go for a knife, I would love to see that. But for the moment, Athen, let's see. If he gets a kill here, we won't do anything. But if he loses this fight, we play that clip. Yeah, come on, it's a bet. Yeah, Athen, get one kill. You're safe. Okay, don't play that. He gets two. Never mind. Let's play a montage of Athen. He's the winner. He's the king. He's the one. He's the true heir to DRX's next.
Eh?
Oh,
right under him.
Okay. Yeah, they're just gonna cross each other. And
like
they've gone past, and Athen's gonna get two more. Athen's gonna get four. I said if he gets one, we don't play, and he ends up getting four. Oh, and I'm just saying it at this point. Yeah, we won. Okay. What? Where's he looking? Where's Woody looking? What is happening? All right, and the final man holding on, and of course he dies in the mid towards the end with his knife out. Ah.
Oh my god, what am I watching, bro? Hey, at least RRQ convert the bonus round, so it's not all lost, but they dropped 4 guns in the process to one guy. So this could have gone south really fast. That surprisingly stabilizes the situation in the end, but...
here we go. There it is. Relish in the whiff, Athen. Relish in the whiff, my friend.
Universe, the two of us really have different sense of humor. That's very obvious right now. But something not so humorous is the fact that Splash is willing to challenge this right outside the smoke. Okay, finally, the Seekers get the better of him. But hey, Yong has teleported up on top. I thought that Splash wouldn't hear it because of the Seekers, but he still pre-fires that corner, and now they have a man advantage.
Satchel out.
Sky? Oh, wait, Sky? Sky, I think he missed the button to get himself off the ground. He missed the satchel button and he lost his life. And that's probably gonna be what kills them. Flicker gets 2, 1 while stunned, and that's a 2v2, potentially 3v2. Nationals to go for a revive, but no. Athens says no as he flanks him around, and DRX just absolutely running across the map, killing everybody in sight. Not a worry in the world. They're having fun now. They're just having fun. Yeah, he he missed that so hard. Have you lost all words for what just happened, Crips, or?
Nah, I was just having a sip of water.
No?
I was
Okay. After seeing what you just
completely
saw,
out of my
yeah,
mind.
I agree.
I mean, if that left me speechless, I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, then Yong just dry peeking with an outlaw. Sure, that works. Why not?
And this also works. This
What
also
is
works.
this?
Exactly the same thing on the other side. Athens now looking for another 4K for himself as wait, that's his own teammate Smoke, but that's actually to just kind of give away a bit of a phantom play here. They are taking B Heaven. Splash out with his knife, does not expect anyone to be on towards Heaven, and he's gonna get caught with his pants out here. He expects it, maybe. He's looking, and he gets it as well. Athen absolutely destroyed, and Splash has now left it to just Young. And Young has 4 members more to kill. Does not have too much of a trouble actually maneuvering himself into that A site.
Yeah.
As an ultimate, 2 smokes, paranoia, and the 2 shrouded steps. Honestly, on a good day, this is really possible.
I mean, keep in mind, he was extremely good at finding these gaps even when he was playing split against GE Academy. And yeah, sure. Splash wins that duel, towards the B stairs. So he expects that all the lurkers are down. But Yong has one more trick in his sleeve.
10 seconds left. Spike
Missile
planted.
in. This will force him into elbow. He can teleport into screens. Does anyone hear that? I think that must have been audible for Splash, no? He's considering it.
He's
jumps down. Sky's aware about this one, but he misses. Oh no, he actually hits Yong. Down to 10 HP. That's a body shot from the outlaw.
Get away, and the pre-fire is ready. Splash takes him out. And that's going to be number 2 for RRQ. A pretty difficult one at that as well. Came on the back of an amazing 2-tap from Splash. I don't even know what or why. No reasoning, nothing. Just boom, boom. And that's done. See you next round, buddy.
That's such a... I can't even call it an off angle. Like, he was pretty much in the open. And he still gets those fast flicks. Like, look at that. It's not like
hey, that second
there was,
shot.
yeah.
That
he
second
didn't even
shot
fully recover from the first one.
Yeah,
And it's not like
exactly,
there was a space. It's not like there was a spacing error from RRQ, from DRX rather. Their spacing was proper. They would have been able to trade properly, but Splash is just better. Okay, what in the run and gun? Splash gets 1 more, and he dips back to safety. This time, those sacrifices ready and hot on his heels. Armageddon to clear out the rest of mid, but look at what it's done. It's forcefully all the way back from Vents towards CT, and Yong is flirting with danger.
Yo, what in the Valorant just happened on mid, man? And now that's left Woody alone for some 1v3 clutch. That seems impossible. Blinded out twice! Pushed behind twice! 3 flashes! Now maybe a 4th if that Rose is activated. Yeah, the Rose is ready. Is it? Is he gonna go for another flash? Go for it, Slicker. Blind him up. Never mind. That's a little too much confidence. Woody, 1 more and maybe this is doable. Check Raptors. Yes, he does. But Athens ready for it. Swings out at the perfect time, and the trade is exemplary. 2-4. RRQ in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, we definitely need a replay for that because, okay, Nat's dying on top of the wall, understandable. But after that, Sky dies to Ziggs from all the way back there. Splash tries to somehow, get a little trade out of that entire situation, hoping that, yeah, sure, maybe a brave dive will help me get the man advantage. Dips bad with the dismiss and is chased down by Sacrifice, who, by the way, just got a 2nd kill in the entire game.
Yep. Hey, it's only been 6 rounds.
And
So we can
Madness
give the
has
benefit of
already
doubt.
crossed the threshold that I can.
Oh
my
my
lord.
god! That is absolutely dirty. But the showstopper does not do much there. Sacrifice is able to just be as healthy as possible. At the minute I say that, Woody's gonna take him out. It's gonna keep him away, but Woody gets another! Athen trades back, Yon goes for another. It seems like RRQ say that, okay, you wanna fight fire? We'll bring in the fire too. Zinx, a really slow lurk from mid as his teammates taking all the attention for him, and he's gonna find the Sage. That's gonna be the end of this round as well. Splash has been spotted, flash out. He's got 3 different angles to worry about. First one is the only one that he's gonna see, and the only one that he's gonna get killed from. 2-5, DRX now just toying with their opponents.
That's just nasty, man.
What a shot.
I mean, just 1 round ago I said that Sacrifice isn't exactly having the game of his life. He had only 2 kills so far, and then look at that. Pop goes the Weasel. Hebetal loses his head mid-air. You didn't even...
This goes here.
It's not even like his jump peak was too wide or he did any mechanical mistakes. No, it's just Sacrifice being better. And yeah, sure, RRQ were trying to fight fire with fire, but DRX were forged in the fires of Paper Rex. They are the true masters of chaotic rounds. And RRQ will need to find a better way to handle that heat if they want to deal with it, and I guess Woody has an answer. Wood is a terrible conductor of heat, so I guess he can handle heat. But then comes Sacrifice, and he is taking names, kicking ass. Young up on ramps, Splash right.
1 enemy remaining.
Okay, yeah, never mind. He just sacrifices himself to Sacrifice. And yeah, sure, I thought the distance would actually help him, but Sacrifice just has no intentions of stopping.
No, hold on. Let's just pause for a second, yeah? I want to see this replay with no words being said, all right? Let's just watch. Okay. All right?
Okay.
Okay.
Bro.
Next. Uh-huh. Yeah, that made complete sense. Yep, I understood everything. Yep. I want to know, first of all, how to Sacrifice, go from heaven, and then cross all the way back and come in towards ramp so quickly, by the way. And
without getting punished.
Still killed 3.
Yeah.
Not any damage given until that Bucky came in front of him.
Huh?
Nats, what?
Okay. That was very surprising. I really thought Nats was dead man there.
Okay. All right. It seems like both teams are in a mood for jolly good fun here.
Yeah. All seriousness
DRX
has been thrown out of the window.
Yeah, they want to kind of travel in towards the upper end of mid, and Woody spotted that, so he's going to keep a close eye. Calls in Splash for reinforcement as well, but he's been stopped at the moment from the Razor Vines. DRX can actually scale up a little bit towards B Heaven. They know that the Teo is there, but Wentz is what they're worried about. Splash has the ultimate, could go into Empress mode and basically destroy everybody, but he's got a bit of patience on his mind, and Woody, he doesn't really care. He just wants to take these duels, and he wants to win them all. Gets blinded, goes back, ready for the fight again, but this time Zinx drops him dead.
No, why?
Enemy remaining.
Okay, that's really late to the party, swinging out of the smoke at the worst time possible. But somehow that works out for RRQ. Woody stepping up like the hero he is. Double kills in 2 rounds back-to-back. That's insane. That could have been a triple if Nats peaked at the same time and probably helped him out, but Nats was really, really late. Still, somehow, RRQ were able to bring it back. Devathor reigning supreme, winning both his duels near B main, and that late flank from Splash, that also nets him a kill. So at the end of the day, if I had to chalk up this win to something, I would chalk it up to just aim. Because let's be honest, that re-clear was not really a full, proper, tactically sound re-clear. That was just an ego challenge.
Yeah, I agree. Nats throws up the wall, denies that dog from coming through, but they spot out the judge everywhere, every time. You know what DRX has actually been doing the entire game? They've got players on all 3 sides for just one particular reason in the first 20 seconds. Wherever Nats throws up that wall, they go and instantly destroy it, and then they destroy him like this as well.
Poor Nats. Can't heal himself, can't res himself. He dodges death faster than the missiles. His footwork doing wonders. From the shadows, cancelled. But they have control of A, they have control of B. They don't have the spike anywhere close to planting positions, so they can literally go anywhere, they can do whatever they want. DRX are just basically trying to get round wins by eliminating their opponents rather than even trying to plant the spike. They do it simply because the game instructs them to. But I'm pretty sure
I
they're treating
feel
this
like
game
they're
like
doing a challenge. I feel like they're doing a challenge at this point to see how many kills can we get from absolutely obscure positions or doing something out of the blue, right? You saw, first of all, the Cypher called in so deep, then you had Athen on the Heaven, and while all of that was happening, Flicker was already on the B side, took out Tebatol, so DRX are just across the map seeing, they're probably playing a frag out contest right now, and they want to try that now as a full force brood out push towards the B side, because look at, they've got 3 players outside of B, the spike's on mid, but that's going to be just a flash going out from Athen first. Never mind, he's going to throw in the Trailblazer, and that's going to clear out. Give information. Armageddon goes down towards mid. Is he going to survive? No, he's not, and that's the spike drop down. And Splash has retrieved a weapon.
And they did not spot Zinx over here in this corner. Sky definitely has an eye out for him. The smoke comes in right in time, so that's a good read from RRQ. But Flicker almost made it into the B side, and Woody still takes care of them both. Woody has been so good in this entire map. He's been getting 2Ks upon 2Ks back to back to back. Finally, his killing spree comes to an end. Yong puts him out of his misery. The Regen Shield will put him back at 25 health, but now he's gonna get double peeked. The flash and the satchel still gets them both! Bro.
Oh. There we go. What are these kids, man? Who feeds them? What do they eat? What is this? I don't even understand. Unfortunately for Athen, the minute that Trailblazer came out, his death was written in for this round, because that Armageddon was perfectly timed from Woody, and then he follows that up with 2 great Sheriff kills as well. Really great stuff, but I don't know how Sky doesn't kill Young there. A blinded completely under the influence of that Seeker. My God, I want to say Seeker. Lear, forgive me. Yeah.
Force out from Dong. Steel got into counter. Forces RRQ to evacuate, but they instantly re-clear B Heaven, and Splash is there in time to stop Flicker from diving across. He dives through the smoke, gets towards the pillar. He's ready to re-aggress. A double kill! Dismisses at the wrong time, still manages to stay alive. He's basically toying with Athen on the verge of an ace. He has Zinx in his sights. Nats coming up from top.
Nats is just picking his position. They want to give him the ace, and he will get away. Oh my God. Yo, that was incredible.
Switching sides.
He sacrificed his life to let Splash get that ace. I mean, that was basically a throw from the stage up there.
Wow, what a bunch of shots.
How does he not die here?
Kid, man. Look at the shots, though. This guy's so clean with it. And then Nats, yeah, of course, he's like, yeah, here. He's just pinging it for him to come. He's looking at his death right in front of his face.
Jeez, man. I mean, I don't know if this was possible due to the bait set up by Sage, whether it was possible because of the timing he got. I mean, he got that first kill before the smoke even popped, so you have to credit him for his swiftness. But every other kill after that, the dance of the death he was doing over there, dodging with the dismisses, that's insane. Mechanically superior, Sky kills his own teammate.
What?
And I have no idea how Valorant functions anymore. I'm losing my mind. DRX are losing their heads. RRQ somehow still have the site under control, but they are yet to plant the spike.
One enemy remaining.
What? And they have no idea. Wait, one second. Hold on. Wait. Zinx saw on the camera that he's nowhere near in the front of sight, but Yong somehow still looking towards A main, and here he okay, yeah, no, you know who's had the best time so far across all of these rounds?
The viewers.
You know who's had the best time? No. It's our observer.
No. I assure you, our observer is losing his mind more than me. Like, I've known Formless for a while now.
Yeah.
And I know how much he loves good, structured Valorant, but this is quite the opposite of that.
Wall trip.
Yeah, well, No, wait. Is he in between the wall? Oh no, I thought he was in between the wall.
Yeah, it looked like that for a
okay,
second.
listen.
I'm with you. I'm with you on that one.
Splash. Okay, all right. Just wanted to be a little bit of a hero for a second. Unfortunately, couldn't capitalize upon it. There's no
Oh
way
my
he gets
God.
a second. Sky deletes him. All right. Flicker. Jump out. Go on. Do it. You know we're waiting for it. Jump out of the smoke. Go on. Just do it.
Do it.
Okay.
I'm
We're gonna
channeling my
wait. No,
ears.
we're gonna wait.
I'm channeling my
here's the
inner
DRX
Shia
discipline.
LaBeouf with that.
The DRX discipline sent back in once again. Out he goes. Gets one. Fakes the reload. You fell for it, Sky. You're a coach. You're not supposed to fall for that. Come on. Final player standing. Woody. Look at him. He's just baiting out the Yeah, there's a spot. Look at him baiting the reload.
That's the last of them.
Yo, this guy. Like I said, they're trolling. DRX. Just trolling right now. Wait, I want to see what that Sage saw. Yeah, look at it. He's inside the wall. He was inside the wall for a second. My God.
Okay, never mind. I had a joke in mind, but it's
Nah, go for it. Go on.
NSFW. No. This
Okay.
This is a family-friendly broadcast. Sky not really having a great time. Oh, I say that and he gets a nice kill. Boom, something going his way. Sacrifice ahead of the smoke, ahead of the paranoia, ahead of the guy at Talbot, hoping to get all these kills, and he's ready in time. Sacrifice gets the double, but Debotol gets the double as well. V3, DRX have the opportunity to deny the plant. They try to go for the Trailblazer. I really thought they would have spotted Debotol jumping into that smoke with the Trailblazer, but
They
that
did.
apparently wasn't
I'm pretty sure
happening.
he did.
They did.
Yeah, he's pretty sure it did. The flank's been taken care of. Zinx couldn't do anything there, and Athen, he saw him. That's exactly why he's checking these corners. But Debotol was told by his teammate Nat, hey, they've seen you go there. Come back and take your kill from hell. And he will. 6 and 9. That's going to be the scoreline right now as RRQ fight for their lives to be kept alive on this second half of Split. Of course, they're on the attacking side, so the speed is constantly going to be in question because they have no flank watching sentinels. So every time they run in, they're going to have to run in as fast as possible. Or at the bare minimum, try to keep mid control so that no rotations are being exploited here from DRX. There's an op now available on Sacrifice, and he's set up on towards that B main side where RRQ are not really interested in moving. But they have come in mid. And Nat's looking to trigger it again.
Yeah, but I hope he doesn't get stuck this time because Flicker is right there with the judge. 2 smokes, 1 Leer doesn't really do much, and Yong just sprays Helter Skelter, gets 2 regardless. He's still got the paranoia to shoot at them in case they decide to challenge him, but nope, they're gonna dip into the site. And keep in mind that they have already lost control of B main, so I do not think RRQ will expect someone to be deep in there.
Yong, yeah, there it is. Only show your gun barrel, but not your whole self. That's a really bad recipe for success. Athen.
Did the Trailblazer not see him?
No, I don't think so. It didn't, and he's gonna go out. That's a big mistake himself as well. Debotol shouldn't have gone out by himself, and now that's left Sky alone in a 1v3. Athen's been spotted. Now they know where exactly he is. Sacrifice needs to come in close. Too far. And there's the triple swing. Oh, isolates one. Makes it a little easier. Athen now just going to hold on to the off angle as the sacrifice will be of his own player. Nothing more. Just a 1. I kind of lost my words there. Forgive me, but number 10 comes up for DRX.
Double digits achieved. Athen 1 point away from the Seekers. Quite a lot of ultimates must be coming online for DRX. Let's take a look at that economy. Yeah, 2 points away from Steel Garden. The Blade Storm doesn't really do much for Sacrifice. He's good enough without it as well. The Neural Theft and the Seekers. 2 big information-based abilities coming online for DRX soon. Which, let's be honest, will be quite necessary because RRQ are not exactly playing in the most conventional way. They will need all that extra information. Somehow, they need to get Sky an extra orb so that he can get the Showstopper online. That's a neat little lineup. Does it land on the Raptors? Yes, it does.
Yep. Oh, Flicker.
Judge be judge?
Behind you, yeah. He didn't even notice him coming behind him, but Athen gets a good trade. He's playing around with the judges right now. Splash doesn't check it at all. He just goes straight down, and they take him out. Splash once. You heard him switching weapons there. What is going on?
He just conveniently ignored him.
He just went straight into the side expecting, you know what, alright, I'm just gonna get ahead. Nobody's there behind the box. Yep, jump down, find the guy on site, and then I'll worry about the rest. And Woody, now alone, just has a sheriff. Would be more advisable for him to try and maybe pick up a weapon from B Heaven. Or at least fight for it. Maybe go get the spike. There is a weapon next to it as well. Sounds been given. Oh my god, alright. Don't take him lightly, he says. Vandal picked up. Not just yet.
Okay,
seems like
then.
the sheriff's gonna be doing enough work for him. Now he's got a fight understanding! And Woody! He's pulled this out of thin air! He's made it possible! A 1v4 to a 1v1. And now it's all on sacrifice, and Woody's got so much utility to play with as well. The minute he gets the plant down, Armageddon's available, and sacrifice just skate straight into his face.
Survived at 5
HP. To go down. Yeah, he just waited. He was like, you know what? He's just gonna go for the plant straight in. Whether or not he sticks it, I'm gonna have the shorty in my hand.
And that was such a brave peek as well. Like, I mean, all that he had to do, all that Woody had to do was just connect one more bullet, and that would have been a successful 1v4 clutch. Handed to him on a silver platter. This still is really funny, though.
Wow.
But luckily, we don't have to relive the horrors of angles being unchecked. We don't have to live with the horror of 1v4s being thrown. DRX stabilized the situation just in time, and sacrifice is like enough fooling around. I've had my fair share of shenanigans today. Let's just get this over with. As he tries to get his team to speedrun towards the map point. Tournament point in this case.
Placing wall trap.
Oh, triggered. Flash by himself. No. Okay, at least you can satchel and teleport on top of it, so he's not alone. Nice bomb. Good missiles. Good entry point into the B site, but now you are overextending and Sacrifice is prepared for it. At the same time, Yong is in the smoke this time. DRX have always done this, you know, they always take control of B main. Last time it was Sacrifice over here who made life a living hell for them. At least this time they account for someone to be in B main, and RRQ stabilized the situation. This mid to B take is finally starting to bear fruit for this team.
Yeah, at first I thought, okay, only the two duelists have gone past the sheer wall. Maybe it's a bit problematic because they're gonna get caught in a crossfire. But no, then the Omen, of course, teleported up, and that gave Splash enough time to turn around, find a kill, and make it a little bit more easier. 7-11. Once again, we see the repeat of what we saw in the previous map. And Athens going in. Never mind. I thought he was gonna go in for a buy. He baited us all. Got a bunch of sheriffs, and they're going all towards mid. Splash and Woody take out two of them, and the rest of DRX just spray back in towards B Heaven, and Flicker flicks on Nat's head. He goes for another. What in the world? Guy, okay, those satchels were
Misleading on purpose.
It worked out. No, it worked out. Yeah, it worked out.
Yeah, like I said, misleading, but on purpose. DRX inching closer and closer to victory, but if RRQ continues to win fights like these, DRX will be stopped in their tracks, and this is like the last time that DRX can afford to have weapons. After this, they'll be back down to max loss bonus territory, which is not a good place to live. It's not really sustainable. So if RRQ win this round, they will not just be closer to tying up the map, but they will also be closer to breaking the DRX economy.
Yeah.
Flash at the ready. Ethan dodges the salvo. The Lear getting all the way into the site, and they have taken control. Just like that. This might just end up being a 5v5 retake unless Sacrifice obviously sacrifices themselves. Woody has been on point today. Splash dives in. Steel got unactivated himself, but he jumps the gun just by little. Shorty in hand. Woody good for one more. Ethan trades instantly, and now Woody's strapped. Then Thor tries to rescue him, but he has to deal with Zinx first. That leaves Uri cornered, trapped in the corner like a rat. DRX dodge all the power spikes of RRQ. They dodged the Steel Garden. That was a bit of an overextension from Splash as well, because I honestly think he would have had a much better time if he just waited for the Steel Garden to pop and then go in. But yeah, a little bit of miscoordination, a little bit of trouble in the micromanagement of the team and their movement, and DRX capitalized on it.
I think the whole point for them is to kind of, force that fight with the main gun as long as that Steel Garden's being affected, right? Because the minute it affects them, then they're not going to be able to fire any more bullets. So they're probably hoping for that little incision point. But it is, of course, risky. They just don't want to get a clear fight, but Sacrifice destroying RRQ once again. Even though Splash has been brought back up on his feet, it's still a 4v5. One ultimate available to maybe get the spike traveled all the way across towards that B side. And Splash trades one back. And no again! Another double kill! That smoke fades away and Athen destroys them. And that, my friends and ladies and gentlemen, everybody, is going to be probably the end of this series. Your winners of GE Fight Night, DRX Academy.
What a series of multi-kills to end this game on a high. Sacrifice. That support of Util was amazing from the sky. The flashes were so on point from Ethan. And then he gets a double kill as well. Splash managed to turn it from a 1v5 into a 1v4 by dry peeking out of his smoke, but he can't really do that again and again.
Yep.
This whole game was a bit of a roller coaster ride, but there's only one team that comes out on top, and that is none other than DRX Academy, proving that they are a notch above the rest.
Yeah, pretty clearly as well. And I'm not going to take away anything from RRQ either here. This game, it was pretty fun to watch. It was pretty fun to cast as well, because both the teams kind of were going all out in the way that they want to put in utility, the way they're jumping around, the kills that were coming through, trying to knife each other, honestly, I'm not gonna lie, there was a bit of troll, but I think, they honestly were playing it for the viewers, and they gave them a good show, and that's what we all love to see. A little bit of trolling with competitiveness. Yeah, a little bit of trolling is fine. I love just a touch of troll with, of course, getting a lot of competitiveness indeed, right? And with that, we come, ladies and gentlemen, to the end of Global Esports Fight Night. It's been quite the experience for both the players and for us. So make sure that if you want to watch more stuff like this and you want to watch Global Esports Academy face off against the other academies, you subscribe, hit that follow button on Instagram, hit that follow button on Twitter, and you keep yourself updated with our pages so that you will know when Fight Night or something like Face Off, maybe that's where they could play next. And of course, our team in the VCD Pacific goes on stage. But ladies and gentlemen, today has been a great day. We've had some crazy games. Unfortunately, while our boys at Global Esports couldn't do that much of damage, it's a learning curve, and we hope that this learning curve gives them enough of a push to move into the VCL SA and cause some damage.
Yeah, this was a good learning experience for the boys over at GE Academy, but this will not be the only learning experience. We're going to keep hosting fun tournaments like these with many other teams, so make sure that you subscribe to the channel and also check out gefighting.com for some dope merch. We'll see you next time, ladies and gentlemen. See ya.